السلام عليكم. ندعو الجميع إلى الجلوس على مقاعدكم، وكذلك ندعوكم عند نهاية الحفل عند دعوة صاحب السمو راعي المناسبة لأخذ جولة في المعرض للالتزام بالجلوس في المقاعد حتى الانتهاء من الجولة في المعرض، وبعد ذلك بإمكانكم التجول في المعرض وبين أرجائه. شكرا جزيلا لكم، أحسنتم.
أعزاؤنا الحضور، فلنقف ولمن لديه القدرة على الوقوف لأداء السلام السلطاني. نستمع الآن إلى آيات من الذكر الحكيم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. هو الذي أنزل من السماء ماء لكم منه شراب ومنه شجر فيه تسيمون ينبت لكم به الزرع والزيتون والنخيل والأعناب ومن كل الثمرات إن في ذلك لآية لقوم يتفكرون. وسخر لكم الليل والنهار والشمس والقمر والنجوم مسخرات بأمره إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يعقلون. وما ذرأ لكم في الأرض مختلفا ألوانه إن في ذلك لآية لقوم يذكرون. وهو الذي سخر البحر لتأكلوا منه لحما طريا وتستخرجوا منه حلية تلبسونها وترى الفلك مواخر فيه ولتبتغوا من فضله ولعلكم تشكرون. وألقى في الأرض رواسي أن تميد بكم وأنهارا وسبلا لعلكم تهتدون. وعلامات وبالنجم هم يهتدون. أفمن يخلق كمن لا يخلق أفلا تذكرون. وإن تعدوا نعمة الله لا تحصوها إن الله لغفور رحيم. والله يعلم ما تسرون وما تعلنون. صدق الله العظيم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين، أما بعد. صاحب السمو السيد الدكتور كامل بن فهد بن محمود السعيد الموقر، الأمين العام بالأمانة العامة لمجلس الوزراء، راعي حفلنا الكريم، معالي الدكتور سعود بن حمود الحبسي الموقر، وزير الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه، أصحاب السعادة، الرؤساء التنفيذيين، ضيوفنا الأكارم من خارج سلطنة عمان وداخلها، أيها الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته، وأسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. نلتقي اليوم في مناسبة علمية نوعية تحمل من الطموح ما يسمو، ومن التحدي ما يلهم، ومن الرؤية ما يبشر بمستقبل أكثر أماناً واستدامة. إنه مؤتمر عمان الدولي السابع لسلامة وجودة الغذاء لعام 2025، المنعقد تحت شعار نحو نظم غذائية مرنة ومتكيفة. هذا المؤتمر الذي بات منصة إقليمية وعالمية تستشرف فيها الآفاق وتلتقي فيها الخبرات وتبنى خلالها الشراكات في واحدة من أهم قضايا العصر: الغذاء، أمنه، جودته، سلاسل إمداده، وسبل حمايته من الغش والتحديات البيئية والتقنية. ولأن عمان لطالما كانت سباقة في احتضان الفكر العلمي والدفع بعجلة الابتكار، فإن انعقاد هذا المؤتمر اليوم بمشاركة نخبة من العلماء والخبراء والباحثين والمختصين من مختلف دول العالم ليس إلا امتداداً لرؤية عمان 2040 في بيئة عناصرها مستدامة لبناء مستقبل غذائي آمن مستقر وواعد. فمرحباً بكم جميعاً في رحاب هذا الحدث، ومرحباً بكم في مسقط أرض اللقاء ومهد الانطلاقة. أيها الحضور الكريم، نذهب بعد قليل إلى كلمة الوزارة التي تدشن هذا الحدث العلمي المهم وتعبر عن رؤية المؤتمر وأهدافه الطموحة ورسالته السامية في تعزيز أمننا الغذائي وسلامته وجودته. كلمة تمهد لنا الطريق للمعرفة وتفتح آفاق الحوار وترسي دعائم العمل المشترك نحو نظم غذائية أكثر مرونة وتكيفاً مع التحولات المتسارعة في عالم اليوم. ندعو الدكتور حسين بن سمح المسروري مدير عام مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه لإلقاء كلمته.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. صاحب السمو السيد الدكتور كامل بن فهد بن محمود آل سعيد، أمين عام بالأمانة العامة لمجلس الوزراء راعي الحفل الموقر. معالي الدكتور سعود بن حمود الحبسي وزير الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه الموقر. المكرمون أصحاب السعادة، الرؤساء التنفيذيون، مدير العموم، الإخوة والأخوات، الزملاء، الضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. يسعدنا بداية أن نرحب بكم جميعاً في حفل افتتاح مؤتمر عمان الدولي السابع لسلامة وجودة الغذاء، والذي يأتي هذا العام في هذه النسخة السابعة تحت عنوان نحو نظم غذائية مرنة ومتكيفة، حيث يتم تنظيمه ضمن فعاليات أسبوع سلامة الغذاء لهذا العام، وبالشراكة مع المنظمة العالمية لعلوم تشريعات الأغذية والاتحاد الدولي لعلوم وتكنولوجيا الأغذية والمنظمة العربية للتنمية الصناعية والتقييس والتعدين. صاحب السمو راعي الحفل الموقر، الحضور الكريم، تولي سلطنة عمان وفي إطار رؤيتها الوطنية لتعزيز مقومات الصحة العامة وجودة الحياة اهتماماً استراتيجياً متنامياً بمجالات سلامة وجودة الغذاء، إدراكاً منها للدور الذي تلعبه في حماية المستهلك ودعم المنظومة الصحية. وانطلاقاً من هذا التوجه تواصل وزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه بالتعاون مع الجهات الحكومية المعنية ومؤسسات القطاع الخاص جهودها الرامية إلى بناء بيئة متكاملة تعزز من تطوير منظومة فعالة ومستدامة لسلامة الغذاء. وتسعى سلطنة عمان من خلال توظيف الموارد والإمكانات المتاحة إلى ترسيخ ثقافة مجتمعية قائمة على الوعي والمعرفة بما يواكب التطورات العلمية والتقنية في الصناعات الغذائية، ويسهم في بناء مجتمع صحي واع بقضايا الغذاء وسلامته. يجسد مؤتمر عمان الدولي لسلامة وجودة الغذاء في نسخته السابعة التزام سلطنة عمان بمسؤولياتها الوطنية وطموحاتها المستقبلية، ويعد منصة عالمية لعرض أوراق عمل ومحاور علمية متنوعة يثريها خبراء من مختلف دول العالم في مشهد يجمع بين المعرفة والابتكار. وسوف يتناول المؤتمر 5 محاور مهمة تلامس التوجهات الحديثة والتطورات والقضايا الراهنة في مجال سلامة الغذاء، أولها محور تحديث سلامة الأغذية ومراقبة الجودة والإشراف عليها، والذي يركز على الدور المتنامي للتقنيات الحديثة والذكاء الاصطناعي في هذا المجال، حيث تسهم الابتكارات في رفع كفاءة أنظمة الرقابة وتقليل المخاطر وتسريع الاستجابة للمشكلات المتعلقة بسلامة الغذاء. وسيناقش المحور الثاني موضوع الغش الغذائي وتحديد الأصالة الغذائية، حيث يتناول أهمية التحقق من مصدر ومكونات المنتجات الغذائية بالاعتماد على تقنيات متقدمة تكشف حالات التزوير، الأمر الذي يسهم في تعزيز ثقة المستهلك وحماية الصحة العامة والحد من الهدر الغذائي، مما ينعكس إيجاباً على القطاع الوطني ومكانة الدولة في الأسواق. وهناك محور الطرق التحليلية والتنظيمية للغذاء، والذي يركز على دور الأساليب العلمية والتشريعات القانونية في ضمان سلامة وجودة المنتجات الغذائية من خلال تنظيم عمليات الإنتاج والنقل والتوزيع والتداول، بما يضمن حماية المستهلك وتعزيز الثقة في الأغذية المتداولة. أما المحور الرابع فسيكون عن تقييم المخاطر لدعم القرارات التنظيمية الغذائية، والذي يسلط الضوء على التطورات الإقليمية والعالمية في بناء القدرات المتعلقة بتقييم المخاطر ودورها في دعم ووضع المعايير واتخاذ القرارات التنظيمية المستندة إلى الأدلة العلمية، كما يتناول أبرز الدراسات الحديثة في هذا المجال ويستعرض العوامل التمكينية كبيانات استهلاك الغذاء ومعلومات انتشار المواد الغذائية. كما تم تخصيص المحور الخامس لسلسلة الإمداد الغذائي الخضراء، حيث سيتم خلاله استعراض الاستراتيجيات والمبادرات التي تهدف إلى تقليل الأثر البيئي لسلسلة الإمداد الغذائي وتعزيز استدامة الموارد الطبيعية والصحة العامة، وعلى أهمية تضافر جهود الحكومات والشركات والمجتمعات المحلية لضمان أمن غذائي مستدام يلبي احتياجات الحاضر والمستقبل. وأخيراً محور إدارة سلسلة التوريد والخدمات اللوجستية، والذي يتناول أهمية التخطيط والتنظيم والمراقبة الفاعلة لكافة أنشطة نقل المنتجات الغذائية من المصدر إلى المستهلك بأقل تكلفة ممكنة وأعلى مستوى من السلامة، كما يسلط الضوء على الدور الحيوي الذي تؤديه إدارة سلاسل التوريد في الحفاظ على سلامة الأغذية وضمان جودتها. صاحب السمو راعي الحفل الموقر الحضور الكريم، نؤكد أن هذا المؤتمر ليس مجرد فعالية علمية فحسب، بل هو خطة ومحطة استراتيجية تتلاقى فيها الرؤى وتصاغ من خلالها الحلول والمبادرات التي ترتقي بمنظومة سلامة وجودة الغذاء في سلطنة عمان والمنطقة، حيث سيستمر هذا المؤتمر إن شاء الله لمدة 3 أيام متتالية بمشاركة عدد من الخبراء والمختصين من داخل سلطنة عمان وخارجها. وسوف يتم تقديم عدد 26 ورقة عمل واستعراض 35 ملصقاً علمياً وعقد 3 جلسات نقاش بمشاركة 61 مشاركاً، 42 منهم من داخل سلطنة عمان و19 من خارجها. وقد بلغ عدد المسجلين في المؤتمر 500 مشارك من 32 دولة. كما سيصاحب المؤتمر معرض للشركات الراعية والداعمة لهذا المؤتمر. إن تضافر الجهود الوطنية والدولية في هذا المحفل العلمي يبرهن على التزام سلطنة عمان الدائم وحرصها على أن تبقى في طليعة الدول الساعية لتحقيق نظم غذائية مرنة وآمنة ومستدامة تهدف إلى حماية المجتمع والبيئة. الحضور الكريم، ختاماً يطيب لنا أن نتوجه بوافر الشكر والتقدير لصاحب السمو السيد الدكتور كامل بن فهد بن محمود آل سعيد، أمين عام بالأمانة العامة لمجلس الوزراء، على كريم رعايته لحفل افتتاح مؤتمر عمان الدولي السابع لسلامة وجودة الغذاء، وإلى معالي الدكتور سعود بن حمود الحبسي وزير الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه على الدعم المتواصل الذي يوليه لمنظومة سلامة وجودة الغذاء. كما نود أن نتقدم بالشكر لجميع أعضاء اللجان المشرفة على هذا المؤتمر وذلك لجهودهم المخلصة والتزامهم المقدر لتحقيق الأهداف المنشودة. ونخص بالشكر كل من شارك ودعم وسخر كافة الوسائل المتاحة لإنجاح هذا المؤتمر، مثمنين جهودهم المتميزة والفعالة، وعلى رأسهم الشركات الراعية بداية بالرعاة الرئيسيون وهما شركة فخر البحار وشركة المراعي، والراعي الرسمي شركة أطياب للصناعات الغذائية، والرعاة الذهبيون شركة مطاحن صلالة وشركة أريق للزيوت النباتية ومشتقاتها وشركة مياه الواحة، والشركة العمانية الهندية للسماد وشركة مزون للألبان، والشركة العمانية للغاز الطبيعي المسال، وشركة تنمية نخيل عمان، وشركة المطاحن العمانية، والرعاة المشاركون وهم المصنع العماني للمواد الغذائية ومصنع عمان لمنتجات الحليب والألبان، والشركة الخليجية لإنتاج الفطر، وشركة عمان للمنتجات الزراعية، والشركة الوطنية المحدودة للشاي، وشركة برادات مطرح إنهانس عمان، ومصنع القفير للمواد الغذائية، وشركة الصفاء للأغذية، وشركة ظفار للأغذية والاستثمار، وشركة منبع الجودة، والشركة الوطنية للأعلاف، والشركة الوطنية المتحدة لتصنيع التمور، وشركة خدمة الاعتماد الدولي المتحدة. والشكر موصول لكل الحضور، متمنياً تفعيل الحوار في جلسات العمل وتعظيم الاستفادة لكل المشاركين، وطيب الإقامة لضيوفنا الكرام في بلدهم الثاني سلطنة عمان. وإذ نسأل الله أن يكلل أعمال المؤتمر بالتوفيق والنجاح، وأن يحقق الأهداف المنشودة منه بما يخدم حاضرنا ويصنع غداً أكثر أماناً واستدامة لأجيالنا القادمة، وأن يوفق الجميع لخدمة الوطن العزيز في ظل القيادة الحكيمة لحضرة صاحب الجلالة السلطان هيثم بن طارق آل سعيد حفظه الله ورعاه. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
حضورنا الأعزاء، في رحاب هذه المنصة نستقبل صوتاً علمياً نقياً ومساهمة فكرية متميزة من أحد أعمدة البحث في مجال سلامة الغذاء. كلمة ننتظرها من الأستاذ الدكتور سامويل غودفروي، رئيس الاتحاد الدولي لعلوم وتكنولوجيا الأغذية ورئيس الجمعية العالمية لعلوم التغذية أو التنظيم الغذائي، الذي يشاركنا اليوم من عمق تجربته ونظره الثاقب في واقع الغذاء العالمي وتحدياته. فليتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Your Royal Highness Dr. Kamil bin Fahd bin Mahmoud Al Saeed, Secretary General of the Council of Ministers of the Sultanate of Oman, Your Excellency Dr. Saud Ahmoud Al Habsi, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Water Resources of the Sultanate of Oman, distinguished guests and colleagues, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. It's a privilege for me to stand before you on behalf of the International Union of Food Science and Technology, IOFOST, and its disciplinary organization for food regulatory science, the Global Food Regulatory Science Society, G-Force. It is, in fact, an honor for us to contribute to the opening of this year's 7th Oman International Conference on Food Safety and Quality under the theme towards resilient and dynamic food systems. IOFOST is the gathering of organizations supporting the development of food science and technology in over 100 countries, with over 300,000 scientists from national academies of science, from industry, and from government, working together to strengthen science and scientific understanding in food science and technology and related disciplines, to improve the health and well-being of all humanity through our three pillars: food safety, food security and sustainability, and education with capacity building dedicated to all who need it. The Global Food Regulatory Science Society, G-Force, supports the development of knowledge and its dissemination in all disciplines of food science that underpin food regulatory decisions. For our organizations to be the scientific partners of this year's Oman International Food Safety and Quality Conference has been a true honor and a privilege. Science ensures that we uphold the highest standards of food safety, nutrition, and sustainability. In an era of unprecedented global change, climate stress, shifting consumer habits, emerging pathogens and chemical threats to our food supply, and rapid technological development, science is not just a tool, it is our compass. Scientific evidence guides food regulatory choices that protect public health, that build consumer trust, and enable the agricultural and agri-food sector to serve as an engine of economic and human development. But science is not just about control and support to compliance. It is also about innovation. Breakthroughs in biotechnology, in data analytics, in precision agriculture, to cite a few disciplines, are redefining what is possible in our food systems. Innovations like laboratory-grown proteins, smart packaging, artificial intelligence-powered supply chains are creating more sustainable and efficient systems capable of withstanding shocks from pandemics to climate change. Science helps us predict, adapt, and transform. It equips us to make our food systems more resilient, not just by reacting to crisis, but by anticipating and preventing them. To do this, food regulatory frameworks must also evolve. They must remain agile, transparent, and informed by the latest scientific research. This requires continuous dialogue between scientists, between policymakers, industry, and civil society. Oman's International Conference for Food Safety and Quality is the perfect setting for such a dialogue, attracting contributions not only from the Sultanate of Oman, but from all parts of the world, contributing to achieving Oman's Vision 2040, which lays the foundation for a diversified, knowledge-based economy that prioritizes sustainability, innovation, and national well-being. Your Royal Highness, Your Excellency, distinguished colleagues, I would like to congratulate the Sultanate of Oman. Through Oman's Center for Food Safety and Quality and the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Water Resources for their leadership, nationally and internationally, including when they convene such an important event, re-emphasizing the importance of investments in food science and technology, not only for sectoral improvements, but as strategic enablers of Oman Vision 2040. Thank you to all our Omani colleagues and hosts for your generous hospitality and legendary hospitality, and I wish us all great scientific dialogue, great deliberations to discuss how best we can work together across sectors, across disciplines, to build food systems that are safe, smart, sustainable for generations to come. Thank you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
أيها الحضور الكريم، أما الآن فنحن على موعد مع المحور الفكري الأهم في هذا اليوم، المحاضرة الرئيسية للمؤتمر، والتي تسلط الضوء على واحدة من القضايا المحورية عالميا: معالجة مرونة النظم الغذائية عالميا، التحول الحتمي. وهي محاضرة ثرية يقدمها أحد رموز البحث العلمي في هذا المجال، البروفيسور كريستوفر إليوت، أستاذ جامعة ثامسات والأستاذ الفخري في جامعة كوينز بلفاست ومدير المركز الدولي المشترك لأبحاث الأمن الغذائي. محاضرة نغوص فيها مع البروفيسور إليوت في أعماق الواقع الغذائي الدولي، نرصد التحديات ونستلهم الحلول، ونعيد التفكير في طرق بناء أنظمة غذائية تتكيف مع الأزمات وتقاوم الهزات، فليتفضل مشكورا بإلقاء محاضرته.
It is my unbelievably great honor to address you today and to get an invitation to come and speak at this meeting, probably one of the highlights of my career, so I'm extremely, extremely grateful. And what I wanted to give you a little bit of information is about resilience of food systems based on the multiple challenges that we face, but also the multiple opportunities to rethink and reinvent our food system. I think many of us know one of the big challenges of the world is a rapidly growing population. 8 billion, 9 billion, 10 billion. How are we going to feed the citizens of our planet with so many different problems happening? If we just think about the last few years, we've dealt with pandemics and wars, and as Professor Sam talked about, our changing climate. We've had massive impacts to the world's food supply system, massive disruptions to food chains. Now, what I've tried to do is sit back and think about what really are the big changes that we really have to think about and adapt to. And I call them the 4 drivers for change. What are those 4 drivers? Our changing climate, the situation of global conflict, deglobalization, and geopolitics. Now, in terms of each of those drivers, I think we're all very aware about our changing climate, and it is a very, very complex subject. But actually, in terms of our global food supply system, the biggest thing we need to be worried about, concerned about, is water. And actually, in some parts of the world, too much water. In some parts of the world, too little water. And even where I come from the United Kingdom, this was a headline in a newspaper just a couple of months ago, predicting, because we have too much water, that we're going to have massive problems with the amount of food that we will produce nationally. This is a big shock for the United Kingdom, a really big shock. This graph shows the price of wheat, the world's most traded food commodity. And you can see big fluctuations in the price of wheat. 2008, it was around the world's economic crisis. 2021-22 was because of war, the war in Ukraine. I look at what's called the Global Conflict Tracker. Currently on our planet, there are 29 major conflicts going on within countries, 29. That is the largest number since the end of the Second World War. Now, the food supply system within those countries will be very badly affected, particularly things like the availability of food and the safety of food, but also it causes massive disruptions in terms of global trade in food commodities. And one of my predictions is probably in 1 year or 2 years' time, it won't be 29 conflicts, it could be 30, 35 conflicts. History also tells us The availability of food and the price of food will drive political instability. I spent a lot of time in China, and when I look at 5,000 years of history in China, the rise and the fall of dynasties is generally around the price and availability of food. We had the massive problems about price increases in 2008, which caused a lot of political instability in different parts of the world. 2011, we had the Arab Spring, caused by increase in food prices. And where we are now is, again, massive increases in food prices. If you look to the example of Sri Lanka, just last year, the government fell because the price of food, political instability driven by food. Now, I think over the past few months we are very, very aware of the rising tensions globally, but particularly between the USA and China. Can I tell you, I prepared the slide in 2017 because in 2017 I predicted that this was going to happen. Most of my predictions are wrong, so I'm going to concentrate on one that I got correct. But really we can see that the conflict in terms of trade will have massive impacts on the availability of food in different parts of the world. Now, I write a lot of different articles about food systems. One of the articles I wrote about was actually about deglobalization, and again, this was before the impact of the recent tariffs. And you can argue there are some positives to deglobalization, there are negatives as well, but this is where we are now. We are going through a phase of deglobalization. And it's very interesting, The Economist magazine describes it as slowbalization, the slowing down of the world economy. And we really have to think about what impact slowbalization is going to have on the availability of food, also the safety and the authenticity of food. Another big part of the geopolitics of food that I've been studying quite closely for a number of years is the rise of BRICS. And now it's called BRICS Plus. The countries within BRICS Plus now produce more than 65% of all the food produced in the world, 65%. And what those BRICS countries are now doing is they are entering into their own trade discussions and negotiations, tariff-free movements of food. This is going to massively change the flow of food across the world. 2 years ago, I was reading an article in the China Daily, and this article said, a new food power is born, China, because China absolutely realizes the importance of food control, of food systems in terms of political stability and global strength. So things are changing and changing very radically in our food system. We have heard about food security, we've heard about food resilience, we've heard about sustainability. They are all parts of the same jigsaw, complex jigsaw. And in terms of things that can go wrong when we start to affect change, often there are compromises around food safety and fraud. Things that the unintended consequences of change that we have to be so very, very careful about. And yet another article I wrote about was the 5 grand challenges of food safety going forward. And what are those 5 grand challenges according to me? The first is our changing climate. Increased exposure to pesticides, mycotoxins due to our changing climate. Emerging foodborne viruses. We can see the effect that avian influenza is having in different parts of the world. What might the next virus be? We have massive challenges in terms of antimicrobial resistance. That's by the use and overuse of antibiotics, not only in humans, but in livestock production as well. The amount of antibiotics being used in the world is increasing and increasing. The 4th grand challenge is around economics. And I've seen so many examples where massively increasing prices of food cause new food safety risks. And the very last one, and probably the most controversial, is our drive towards a sustainable food system is introducing many new food safety risks. Exposure to increasing amounts of mycotoxins, pesticides, new food allergens. So we have many, many challenges in terms of food safety. I have more bad news for you. Food fraud. Fraud in our global food system is on the rise. I study this really very, very closely. Because of the complexity of our food system, because of the competition of our food system, we have many, many bad actors. One example happened in the United States just about 12 months ago. Hundreds of children poisoned in the United States. Lead poisoning coming from consuming applesauce. Lead poisoning and applesauce. How did that happen? That's because there was fraud happening. Because one of the ingredients of the applesauce was cinnamon, and that cinnamon had been tainted with lead chromate to increase the color. Now, that cinnamon was grown in Sri Lanka, but the fraud didn't happen in Sri Lanka. The fraud happened in Ecuador, showing the complexity of the global food supply system. More recently, a scandal that I have been investigating quite carefully is the sale of what has been claimed to be very unsafe food, rice, produced in Thailand, stored for many years, but transported to Africa to raise some money. More fraud. And not only is this a problem of food safety, this has caused massive reputational damage to a very large industry. It has caused reputational damage to a country. Now, I could give you 50 examples of food fraud that I have read about so far this year. There are many, many cases of it happening. This is the end of the bad news. Now let's have some good news, because there are solutions to a lot of these problems. And again, one of the articles that I wrote, and I was inspired to this 2 years ago, we had a conference, a food systems conference in Bangkok. At the same time, there was an IFOST meeting in Bangkok as well. When I came back from that meeting, I became unbelievably enthusiastic. I became so positive, because the future of food production, of safe food, lies in the hands of food, science, and technology. Now, I was absolutely delighted, I have to tell you, when I saw the theme of the conference was about resilience. I'm doing a lot of work in many parts of the world around resilience. And resilience is, how do you deal with shocks? Shocks of pandemics and changing climate and so forth. And what I'm trying to tell as many people as possible is, when you're thinking about sustainability, think about resilience. When you're thinking about resilience, think about food security. And this really is a very new way of thinking. Resilience, sustainability, food security, all fit together. Now, this is the classic diagram about resilience. Number one, you react. You have a shock, you try to absorb the shock, and then you try to react to that shock. And right across the world, we have been doing this for quite a number of years, shock after shock after shock. But then we move into the preventative phase, which is even more important, is learning how to deal with shocks and building systems that actually the next shock doesn't impact you. Now, how to deal with that response capacity, and it's called the ABCD of building resilience. The A stands for agency, and that really means you need people working together in government and in industry to mitigate against the shocks. B is that buffering capacity. So actually you've thought about the next shock and you've got a system in place that can deal with that shock. C is around connectivity. The interconnectivity of the very complex global food supply system. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And D is about diversity. My goodness, you must have a diverse supply of food coming into a country, being produced within a country to deal with the shocks. Now, to reiterate what Sam said, science and technology is doing amazing things in terms of precision agriculture, managing land better, managing water better, producing climate-resilient crops. There are an amazing number of initiatives. But put them all together, it is science, technology, and innovation are the solutions to our big problems that we face in terms of our global food supply system. Now, AI has been mentioned. I asked ChatGPT, please prepare the supply chain for red meat for me. And within 30 seconds, ChatGPT did this. It looks beautiful. There's a problem. That's what it really looks like. It's not beautiful. It's ugly. It's complicated. This was done by one of my PhD students, and it took them 18 months to map one single supply chain. Everywhere you see an arrow is a point of vulnerability to food safety, to food fraud. Only when you really understand your supply chains, can you really think about mitigating against the big issues of safety and fraud. So we need lots of PhDs to be mapping supply chains. But we are in the fourth industrial revolution. And I don't think there is probably anywhere better in the world to talk about it than here in Oman. You have embraced technology. I've read a lot about it. I am in total awe of what you've been doing here. When I walked into this conference center, it's the first time I've been to many conferences. I have never seen electronic poster boards before. I will be sending that through Twitter and other social media around the world. This is science and innovation. It's about the Internet of Things. And I believe, and others believe, that this will bring about the paradigm shift in making our food system more traceable and more transparent. And if you have traceability and transparency, my goodness, you can help eliminate fraud and really reduce food safety risks. So again, I asked my good friend ChatGPT, imagine a food system that is controlled by AI. What would it look like? This young guy, he's working in a meat factory. is using a little handheld scanner through cloud-based computing on a smartphone. He's being told what species is the meat, what breed is it, is it safe, is it free from fraud? Wouldn't that be remarkable? But that's not the future. We're doing that already. And I formed the company that's doing it, Bia Analytical. We are revolutionizing the way that we can measure issues in terms of food safety and authenticity. Can you imagine, instead of having to get 100 PhDs to map your supply chain, can you imagine it was done on digital platforms? The digital mapping of complex supply systems. Wouldn't that be fantastic in the future? But no, we're doing it now. And I work with a company that is mapping the most complex supply chains in the world, complete digital maps. We know where everything comes from. We know where everything goes to. We control mass balances. We can look where there's issues about temperature regulation. Quite remarkable. Again, AI-driven. Something I think very close to the heart of many people is risk assessments. And we have to rethink and reimagine risk assessments. Can you imagine taking the data from competing companies, putting it together, using AI, and then producing a single risk assessment for an entire food sector? Wouldn't that be something amazing for the future? No. We're doing it now. We're doing it with a company who is working with some of the big multiples in the world. Finally, imagine the laboratory of the future. The laboratory of the future where we're using things like untargeted analysis, we're using robotics, we're using AI to generate results. Guess what? We're doing it already. Now, the imagination bit is this. Imagine taking all of those different types of IoT solutions and putting them together. And that's what we're doing. We call it Project Fusion. Really capturing as many different types of data to control very complex food supply systems, to identify issues in terms of food safety, quality, and authenticity. How do you achieve this vision that I talked about? And it can only be achieved by the word in the middle of that slide, by collaboration. It's about working together. Industry working with academia. Industry working with industry, with competitors. Industry working with regulators. It is really around collaboration and partnerships. And it's as if Sam had written my script, but you said the key word, it is around building capacity. It's about training, coaching, knowledge exchange. These are the critical factors that will decide whether we are failures or successes. Now, reimagining food system. 50% of all the fish and seafood that we eat in the world comes from aquaculture. Aquaculture is actually the world's newest form of food system. It's only been around for 25, 30 years, but is facing massive challenges because of climate, because of environmental pollution. Now, what I'm doing with a group of people in Southeast Asia, we're trying to reimagine aquaculture. And it is amazing what we are coming up with. We can produce many, many forms of cultivated seafood with a zero carbon footprint. We can do it more safely. We can do it with huge amount of authenticity. We can replace soya with different types of food sources. This is about reimagining food systems. And I think sector by sector, we have to reimagine what we're doing. My very final point is that a food system which is not safe, is not transparent, and is not authentic will never be resilient. So when we think about resilience, safety, authenticity, transparency. Thank you very much for your attention.
من الجذور إلى الفضاء. منذ فجر التاريخ واجه الإنسان التحديات في سبيل بقائه على قيد الحياة، فكان يبحث عن غذائه بين الصيد والبحث في البرية وسط المخاطر. وأول درس تعلمه في البقاء هو الحذر من التسمم والتلوث لضمان سلامة طعامه. جاءت الزراعة كتحول تاريخي مهم، فبدأ الإنسان يسيطر على الأرض ويزرع ويحصد بشكل منظم. هذا التطور دفعه لاختراع طرق لحفظ الطعام وضمان سلامته، مثل التجفيف والتدخين والتخليل، كما ابتكر أساليب للطهي لجعل الطعام أكثر أمانا وصحة، ليبدأ بذلك تطور مفهوم سلامة الغذاء مع تطور الحضارات. مع الثورة الصناعية أصبح الغذاء أكثر وفرة بفضل بعض الابتكارات، مثل مصانع الطحن والإنتاج الكبير، والتي جاءت على حساب سلامة وجودة الغذاء في بعض الأحيان. فظهرت بعض الأمراض والتسممات الغذائية بسبب الممارسات الخاطئة وضعف الرقابة الفعالة، مما أدى إلى الحاجة لتطوير الأنظمة الرقابية والتشريعات لضمان سلامة الغذاء وحماية المستهلك. مع تقدم الزمن أصبحت المصانع الغذائية لبنات أساسية لتوفير الغذاء بجودة عالية، لكنها واجهت تحديات في الحفاظ على سلامته وسط التقنيات الحديثة. ومع التقدم التكنولوجي أصبح الذكاء الاصطناعي أداة رئيسة لمراقبة عمليات التصنيع الغذائي وجودة المنتجات والتنبؤ بالمشكلات، مما قلل من الأخطاء البشرية وساعد في اتخاذ قرارات أسرع. كما لعبت أنظمة الاستشعار الذكي والروبوتات الصناعية دورا مهما في منع تلوث الأغذية وتحسين سلامتها. ومع التطور التكنولوجي أصبح الغش الغذائي تحدياً كبيراً، وزادت المنتجات المزيفة، فأصبحت تقنيات التحليل الجزئي وأدوات التعرف المتقدمة ضرورية لكشف هذه المنتجات وضمان سلامتها. كما لا يقتصر دور هذه التقنيات على كشف الغش، بل تساهم أيضاً في ضمان دقة المعلومات المدونة على العبوات، مما يعزز الشفافية وثقة المستهلك. كما تطورت الطرق التحليلية بشكل كبير، وأصبحت تقنيات مثل الكروماتوغرافيا والتحليل الطيفي أساسية لاكتشاف المكونات الضارة في المنتجات الغذائية. هذا التطور يرفع من معايير سلامة وجودة الغذاء، ويوفر للجهات الرقابية أدوات دقيقة لتقييم المنتجات بشكل علمي وآمن. واليوم أصبحت نماذج تقييم المخاطر أداة أساسية في تعزيز سلامة الغذاء، حيث تجمع بين تحليل البيانات الغذائية وتقييم تأثيرات المناخ والتلوث البيئي وسلامة سلاسل الإمداد. هذا التقييم الشامل يسهم في صياغة تشريعات أكثر فعالية لضمان غذاء آمن في المستقبل. وتزايد الاعتماد على الأنظمة الرقمية المتقدمة في إدارة سلسلة التوريد والخدمات اللوجستية، حيث توفر القدرة على تتبع المنتجات في الوقت الفعلي. هذا يضمن الحفاظ على معايير سلامة الغذاء خلال النقل والتخزين، ويساهم في تقليل الأخطاء البشرية وتحسين مراقبات الجودة وضمان سلامة الغذاء من الإنتاج حتى وصوله للمستهلك. سلسلة الإمداد الغذائي الخضراء هي استجابة مبتكرة لتحديات العصر، حيث تستخدم تقنيات متطورة لتقليل الفاقد الغذائي والانبعاثات الكربونية، مما يعزز الاستدامة البيئية ويساعد القطاع الغذائي على تلبية الاحتياجات المستقبلية دون الإضرار بكوكبنا. في المستقبل سيصنع الغذاء في المصانع باستخدام خوارزميات غذائية دقيقة تلبي احتياجات الجسم الصحية لكل فرد. ستكون الزراعة على كواكب أخرى واقعاً، وسيتمكن الذكاء الاصطناعي من تخطيط وجباتنا بناء على تحليل بيانات صحية حية، مع تحديد الوقت الأمثل للاستهلاك لضمان توازن غذائي مثالي. سلطنة عمان ومنذ العصور القديمة كانت نقطة تلاق للثقافات الغذائية المختلفة، حيث اشتهرت بصيد الأسماك وتربية المواشي وإنتاج التمور، بالإضافة إلى تجارة التوابل والتمور والمحاصيل الزراعية الأخرى. كما أصبحت الموانئ العمانية محطات رئيسة لنقل البهارات والمنتجات الغذائية بين آسيا وأفريقيا، مما أثرى التنوع الغذائي في البلاد. وتبنت سلطنة عمان التقنيات الحديثة لتحسين جودة الطعام وضمان سلامته، فأصبحت الأنظمة الرقمية أداة رئيسة في مراقبة سلاسل الإمداد وتحليل البيانات الغذائية. وسلطنة عمان اليوم تمزج بين إرثها العريق في الزراعة والتجارة والابتكار التقني لضمان غذاء آمن ومستدام للأجيال المقبلة. تظل صناعة الغذاء في تطور مستمر، ونحن على أعتاب تحول غير مسبوق. ما ينتظرنا قد يتجاوز الخيال، حيث ستكون تحديات سلامة الغذاء في المستقبل أكثر من مجرد حماية حياتنا، بل ستكون مغامرة علمية مستمرة لبناء مستقبل أكثر صحة واستدامة وأمانا غذائيا. من الجذور
حفلنا الكريم الآن ندعو معالي الدكتور سعود بن حمود الحبسي وزير الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه لتسليم الهدية التذكارية لصاحب السمو السيد الدكتور كامل بن فهد بن محمود السعيد الموقر على رعايته الكريمة لحفلنا هذا. حفلنا الكريم هكذا نسدل ستارة على حفلنا الافتتاحي، ولكن صفحات المؤتمر لم تقلب بعد، بل على العكس، ها نحن على أعتاب 3 أيام من الزخم العلمي والنقاشات الملهمة والعروض البحثية التي تضيء لنا الدرب. نشكر كل من لبى الدعوة وشارك وأسهم في إنجاح هذا الحدث، ونجدد ترحيبنا بكم جميعا. والآن يسعدنا أن ندعو صاحب السمو راعي الحفل لزيارة المعرض المصاحب والملصقات العلمية، حيث تعرض المشاريع وتجسد الحلول وتترجم الأفكار إلى تطبيقات ومبادرات. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
أعزائنا الحضور، سنبتدي بعد قليل. الرجاء الجلوس في أماكنكم. يرجى من الحضور الكريم دخول القاعة، سنبتدي بعد قليل.
هذا. اتخذ خطوتنا اليوم نحو غذاء أكثر أماناً. اقرأ بطاقة بيانات المنتج الغذائي جيداً. احفظ الطعام في درجات الحرارة المناسبة. تأكد من نظافة أماكن وأدوات إعداد الطعام. غذاؤك أمانة، اختره بعناية. مع تحيات مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه. من الحقل إلى المائدة يمر غذاؤنا بعدة مراحل، كالحصاد والتنظيف والتعبئة والتغليف والتوزيع والبيع بالتجزئة وصولاً إلى المستهلك. لكن ما الذي ينبغي للمستهلك التركيز عليه؟ أن تبقى هذه الأغذية النباتية طازجة وخالية من الكائنات الحية الدقيقة ومسببات الأمراض كالبكتيريا والفطريات والطفيليات والفيروسات. وما الذي علي أن أفعله لأتأكد من ذلك؟ تأكد من تخزين الفواكه والخضروات في بيئة ودرجات حرارة مناسبة، والتأكد من إبعاد أطعمتك عن مختلف الملوثات. اغسل الفواكه والخضروات جيدا قبل الاستخدام، واحرص على غسل أدوات التقطيع والطهي جيدا، ولا تنسى غسل يديك جيدا بشكل دائم. غذاؤك أمانة، اختره بعناية. مع تحيات مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه. من المحيطات والبحار الشاسعة إلى مائدتك. أنت أيها الصياد يتوجب عليك المحافظة على سلسلة التبريد والتي تبدأ عادة منك، وإلى الممارسات والتعامل الجيد من وقت الصيد وصولا إلى مناطق الإنزال. وأنت عزيزي المستهلك يتوجب عليك معرفة أساسيات اختيار الأسماك الطازجة وذات الجودة العالية، وشراء الأسماك من مصادر موثوقة، وتجنب الشراء من الباعة المتجولين غير المرخصين. وننصح بعدم شراء الأسماك الكاملة من الأسواق وتخزينها في ثلاجة المنزل، وأن يتم شراؤها مقطعة وجاهزة لضمان سلامة وجودة الأسماك أثناء التخزين. وننصح كذلك بتقسيم حصص الطبخ بحيث لا يتم تجميد الأسماك مرة أخرى بعد ذوبانها، والتأكد من الطبخ الجيد لتجنب التسمم الغذائي المرتبط بالأسماك. غذاؤك أمانة، اختره بعناية. مع تحيات مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه. من الحقل إلى مائدتك يمر المنتج ذو الأصل الحيواني كالمواشي والإبل والدواجن وغيرها برحلة تحدد طبيعة ما سيكون عليه عند الاستهلاك. هل هو قابل للاستهلاك البشري الآمن أو غير ذلك؟ حيث تبدأ الرحلة من المصدر الذي قد يكون مزرعة أو حظيرة، ولكل موقع مواصفاته الفنية المعتمدة من جهات الاختصاص التي ينبغي على المنتجين الالتزام التام بها، كالموقع والمساحة والمخطط والمواد المستخدمة للبناء ونوعية الأعلاف والأغذية للحيوانات وطرق تنظيف وتعقيم الحظائر. وفي حال الإخلال بها قد يؤدي ذلك إلى عواقب لا تحمد تؤثر مباشرة على سلامة وجودة الغذاء عند الاستهلاك. بعد هذه الرحلة وبالوصول عند مرحلة الذبح، تأكد من اختيار المسالخ المعتمدة حيث تتم الفحوص البيطرية وتطبق معايير النظافة، مما يضمن لحوما آمنة وصحية. وهل هناك أمور لا بد من الانتباه إليها عند مرور المنتج لمنافذ البيع؟ طبعاً، فمن الضروري أولاً حفظ المنتجات مبردة في أماكن مخصصة لحفظ اللحوم بدرجة الحرارة المناسبة وتكون نظيفة ومعقمة جيداً. ثانياً عدم خلط اللحوم مع المنتجات الأخرى كالأسماك والدواجن تجنباً لحدوث التلوث التبادلي. أما أنت أيها المستهلك، يتوجب عليك اختيار اللحوم ذات الجودة العالية وشرائها من مصادر موثوقة وتجنب الشراء من الباعة المتجولين غير المرخصين. تأكد من قراءة بطاقة بيانات المنتج جيداً وركز على تواريخ الإنتاج والانتهاء. الساعة لضمان عدم دخول أي منتجات غذائية غير مطابقة للمواصفات القياسية واللوائح الفنية المعمول بها في سلطنة عمان، حيث يقوم المختصون بالتالي: التدقيق على المستندات المصاحبة للشحنات الغذائية والتأكد من صحتها، الفحص الظاهري للمنتجات الغذائية حيث يفحص المختصون في هذه المواد
يلا ارجع. عائلة from A to Z. ما شاء الله عليكم. الله يوفقكم موفقين ان شاء الله. الله يبارك فيك. one of the best companies. الصورة جاية. الصورة جاية يا شباب.
طبعا اطيب للصناعات الغذائيه ايضا
اوقف رنين.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning to everyone. So it's my pleasure to welcome you all to this session titled Modernizing Food Safety and Quality Control and Oversight, the Role of New Technologies and Artificial Intelligence. I'm Raya Al-Blushi, and I will be chairing this session. So today we'll explore the innovative role of modern technology in enhancing food safety and quality, from AI-driven traceability systems to smart sensing technologies that improve production, storage, and distribution. So in this session, each speaker will have 30 minutes for their talk, so please ensure you finish within the allocated time. I also encourage all of you to keep and hold the questions for the next session. So we'll have a panel discussion session where the speakers will be there for the QA session. After each speaker, there will be an evaluation. The QR will appear in the screen, so please, after each talk, try to evaluate the presentation. So let us now begin with our speakers, and our first speaker is Mr. Brendan Ring from Crane Global Ireland. He will present on data and AI approach to elevate food safety culture and grow trade. Mr. Ring, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everybody. It's a real honor and a privilege to be here. I very much appreciate the invite to come, and thank you very much to Sam and to the organizers here. It's really a fantastic venue and a beautiful location here. My first time here in Oman. Been really impressed with the whole venue here, and the country. The hospitality has been really fantastic. So thank you very much. Really an honor to be here. All right. So hopefully I can get the slides to work. The big green one, yeah? Oh, there we go. Excellent. Okay. Not sure what's happening. I did press it. Okay. All right, so Creme Global, so we're a data science and AI company. We've been around for 20 years actually. So last week was our happy birthday to Creme Global. So we're 20 years in business, and we've been working. Primarily, actually, what we do is we protect reputation. So when we looked at this last year, we really discovered that underneath, really the core of what we do, it's to manage the reputations of companies, of our customers, and to really take science and data-driven decisions to help people and help companies to make good decisions on what they do. So work with a lot of regulators, so the US FDA and EPA, work with a lot of membership organizations as well in the fragrance, cosmetics, food sectors, and work directly with a lot of industry as well. So kind of how I've structured my talk today is to look at the past, the present, and the future, and what did food safety look like over that period of time, and what are the key things that we've learned on our journey in this space? As I said, we've been working in this space for 20 years. So just one simple little slide here on the past. So what were the challenges in the past in relation to the challenges with food safety? So siloed data, so data all structured in such a way that you can't actually find it or use it, and you can't bring it together. So essentially, it's just not very useful. So much data handwritten. Really, if it's not digital, it's if you write it, then you use it once and that's it. It's really difficult to do anything else with it. Food safety very reactive. So there was no. It's like something happened, react to it, and try to figure out on the go. And also, it's very much built around hazard as opposed to risk. So if something is dangerous but there's no exposure to it, well then the risk is low. So really understanding both of those two things together is really critically important. Okay, so moving quickly on to the present. So what's happening right now? What are the companies? What's state of the art out there now? And I felt the simplest way to talk through this was to talk through a couple of case studies, and what are the projects that we're working on right now, and how we're pushing forward in terms of sharing data and using AI, and using those tools and techniques to push the industry forward. So I'll be talking about 3 case studies here, or a couple more as well, but 3 of the main ones: one with the US FDA, one with a fermented meat company, and the Food Industry Intelligence Network as well. So the US FDA, so they approached us a couple of years ago that a perfect case of silo data. So there's so much data, all disparate and unusable. So they wanted to be able to firstly pull all of that together, but then build some AI and predictive tools. So that's really been an exciting project. So the AI tools now is enabling them to focus where the high risk food products and locations. So where to with minimizing resources, how do you target your inspections in an intelligent and AI and data-driven initiative? So it's really facilitating, very open, transparent approach to understanding food safety. So just a quick little graphic of how all of that data comes together. So you can have an individual organization with lots of individual users, and then lots of other organizations all feeding data in. So oftentimes we'll anonymize and protect that data so that the submitters can submit that data with the trust of knowing that their data will be dealt with appropriately. And you pull in lots of other publicly available data and build some models and get insight from it. So the US EPA, as I mentioned, NOAA, USDA, all feeding data in here. So typically that data would have been inaccessible otherwise. So The Food Industry Intelligence Network, so one of the former speakers here, Professor Chris Elliott, was very much one of the instigators and founders of this concept. So this is where the food industry, about 70 retailers, food producers and ingredients manufacturers are all sharing very sensitive data in an anonymized way on the platform. So it's all to do with looking at the tests that they do, integrity-related tests that they do on food products. So it's essentially, by sharing all of that data, they're able to use the wisdom of the crowd, as it were, to be able to identify where might there be an issue in the supply chain. So if companies are relying on their own data alone, it's very difficult to spot an anomaly or to identify where there might be an issue. But if you're using data from 60, 70 companies on a routine basis, now all of a sudden you have this huge amount of insight that you can get. And it's also building a lot of trust with the regulators as well, because portions of that data then are shared with the regulators. So lots of very large companies involved, so mostly hosted in the UK and Europe. So we work a lot in the crop protection industry as well. So this project it's co-funded by the industry, by crop protection, but it's to develop a tool to calculate what the MRLs should be. So the US EPA is using this tool to determine how to actually set what the maximum residue levels should be, and basically how much pesticide should be used for crops. So obviously you're always trying to balance the quantity that you spray in terms of its ensuring its efficacy, that it works to protect the crop and increase yield, but also you don't want to put too much on because obviously exposure to humans. So this is the tool that's actually used to calculate that. And really the critical part here is about identifying really accurately all of the terminology that's being used, because you have so many different users and stakeholders. So it's not the most exciting part of it, but if you don't get that right, then the tool does not work, it's useless. So really focusing on the detail of exactly what each term means, how it's used, how it can be interpreted, and how it goes in. So lots of the large name companies in there, and the US EPA, as I mentioned, evaluating it. So something similar in the fragrance industry, and I mentioned at the top of the talk there about using risk as opposed to exposure. So one of the challenges with using risk or understanding risk is you need to know the quantity of the exposure. That's been a real challenge because, understanding exactly, so with a fragrance, you have many tens of chemicals used in each fragrance, and then each fragrance is used in a lot of different products at different concentrations, and then each product then is used by different people in different ways. So our platform gathers the concentration data, so really sensitive formulation data, concentration data from the fragrance manufacturers, again in an anonymized way, but it's aggregated up then to perform each one of those calculations in a probabilistic manner. And this has been validated through chemical testing as well. So, a really exciting project. Essentially, this industry now self-regulates. So it's been quite revolutionary in terms of how you do a risk assessment that an industry adopts, and the regulators say, actually, you're doing way better than we could possibly do because you have way better data. So, really a fantastic example of how data sharing works. So most of the big cosmetics companies involved in this. So on the Western growers, so this is looking at leafy greens, so romaine lettuce being a challenging product. So essentially when you have no kill step involved, understanding how these products are made are grown out in an open environment. So there's been a lot of challenges around that. So again, the US FDA really saying you guys need to come together, understand best practice, and how can you take steps to produce your food in a safe manner, but also in a cost-effective manner. So what are the most cost-effective risk mitigation strategies you can do? So, and when you're talking about farms that are many kilometers wide and long, that's a real challenge, because any change you implement really has significant costs. So we help them. So really understanding how do you get over those hurdles for collaboration. When you actually start to structure and bring data together, you really can get amazing insights. Even just being able to visualize data without having to do any fancy AI or any machine learning algorithms on it, just visualizing can be hugely powerful. And getting everyone aligned, getting everyone understanding how they can benefit, that's the really exciting part. So it's really about building an interconnected network between industry, between governments, between countries, so pulling all of that together. So a small change in tack now, so just to talk about a project we did a couple of years ago. So this is about using AI to predict the sensory aspects of a fermented meat product. So quite a challenging industry in that you have so many different variables that you have to account for, and it's quite a subjective outcome that you can have. So essentially, we modeled all of the ingredients that this factory was using, all of the processing parameters, and then we're able to build out predictions as to what the taste and texture, color, etc. of the food product was. So you really have a very dynamic environment, and without the use of AI, machine learning, a project like this just isn't possible. But really exciting results came out of that. So essentially, what it's enabled them to do is to reduce their new product development time very significantly. So getting down close to 50% faster products to market, which is really been an exciting for them. So you can also actually use this in reverse. So now that you understand how to predict what's going to happen, you can use that then to optimize your product setup for say optimum shelf life. So what's the best configuration of food products? Will still meet all of your criteria, but that you can get the longest life, or if you wanted the lowest sugar or the lowest cost or whatever it might be. And similar then on processing parameters. So you might want to get it through the fastest, or you might want to use the least amount of heat because energy costs a lot of money. So moving on to the future then. So what does the next phase look like? So data sharing, AI, that's all been in place over the last number of years. So what's next generation? Where's this going? So one of the concepts here that we're looking at is an AI-enhanced inspector or auditor. So why do we need this? So essentially, Chris very nicely mapped out the complexity in the ecosystem, the globalized supply chain, all of that disruption. There is just so much data out there. So understanding what's happening, how do you target your inspection? It's really, really challenging. So the regulatory industry, you always hear about the regulatory industry. It's a really challenging environment to work in terms of challenges with the resources that you have available, way more inspections than there are inspectors, the complexity of training up inspectors and having inspectors going in on site and, expected to be expert in a really wide range of topics as they walk in or walk around a factory, very, very challenging. Changing food processing, new ingredients, it's a very dynamic environment, constant change, constant innovation happening. So, very, very challenging to try and keep up. And, as we said before, reactive is not good enough. In this world now that we live in, it's really about moving to proactive and preventative. So, leaning into AI to do that, this is where the industry is going. This is where it's moving forward to. So essentially this, an AI-enhanced inspector. So really, you can look at this right across the ecosystem. So before you ever walk into a facility, and actually this works exactly the same for auditors or internal auditors as well. Actually what we see is a lot of the very large companies, the standards that they hold themselves to are actually sometimes well in exceedance of what the inspectors are looking at. So industry is quite interested in this approach as well. So how do they use it to enhance what they're doing? So you can look at all of the different, so you kind of start by scanning, whole horizon scanning on what's happening out in the globe, what's happening from your ingredients perspective and your suppliers, and, how do you rank and understand what's the risk level of a particular facility. So then as you start to get into the phase of conducting the inspection, you can start to request a lot of different information and documents, and again, very challenging to process that in an efficient manner. So AI is really amazing for this, essentially being able to pull in unstructured data, pull in documents, IoT data, supplier data, all of this vast array of information, and actually synthesize it in a really efficient manner. So, really, then once you're in doing the inspection, then you have a tool or facility that allows you to direct where you should ask your questions. What should you probe? How should you go? Where should you look deeper? What should you assess? And how do you determine what you might, where the hazard, where the risk really is, so that you can focus your attention rather than just kind of checkbox. You really understand the risks and the hazards. So, I mentioned previously training inspectors and auditors. That's really challenging. So essentially, having this tool even makes new early stage inspectors in the career operate as an expert. Essentially, you give them this tool, so it's kind of like I think training might almost nearly becoming obsolete with AI. I think that's one of the interesting things that's coming out here. So rather than having to spend years training people, enabling AI as like an assistant or as a to work in conjunction with you as you're doing your job, doing your role, that seems to be almost replacing training at this stage. So it's probably one of the most striking, exciting things about AI. It's really disrupting the whole training industry, I guess. So I mentioned like smart adaptive checklists. How do you, they'll vary depending on what the risks are, and even as you're getting information, as you're conducting your inspection, that these will be dynamic. A lot of different areas have a lot of different regulatory or local specific regulatory obligations that they need to adhere to. So trying to stay abreast of all of those as they change as well. Again, AI system handles all of that very, very well. And, flagging risks, so you might do an inspection one week and then something changes in the global environment or the local environment, so actually your system needs to respond to that. Like current systems, absolutely do not have the facility to be able to automate and bring that in. So yeah, so really it's an exciting time in terms of next generation approach to how inspections and audits are done. So a couple of other AI tools, so adaptive food safety training. So even with how to use AI to facilitate the training that on the ground staff are doing, and being able to gamify that, and how can you local language translation and bringing it right to the workstation or into the mobile device. That next generation are very comfortable. You'll hear stories of people actually much preferring to read something off their phone than to read stuff elsewhere. So it can be quite a whole new level, a whole new approach on how to take on that challenge of education. So predicting processing parameters as well. So similar to the project I mentioned earlier. So really. In a multivariate, so when you have so many different variables, if you have one or two or three different elements that are connected, and you're looking for one or two outcomes, maybe you can do it, using traditional tools. But if you're in a production environment where you have maybe 100 or more different variables, and they're interconnected, and as some change, it changes some of the others, which have an influence back on the first ones again. That's way too complex. So enabling AI to do that, but also even on the output of it then. So how do you automate the reports that you need to provide to senior management? How do you have the key alerts going? trying to minimize the amount of data, minimize the alarms to only the relevant ones. So that's really challenging. But again, AI constantly trains and learns, and it can operate in that world in a very fluid and interactive and updatable manner. So. So one of the new approaches, so rather than using even visualizations and dashboards, so being able to talk to your data or chat with your data. So we've seen the power of ChatGPT on from a global perspective, but actually doing that then on a local perspective. So how do you build a contained environment with the data that's specific to you and you alone, and secure and confidential with your own environment, and then being able to interact with that in a chat manner, essentially be able to have a conversation and ask and interrogate, and have really insightful information results come back pretty much as fast as you can type. So again, changing the way we think about data, and especially as previously unstructured or text-based data, document-based data was, even if it was digital, was still challenging to ingest and to interrogate. AI has changed that even in the last year. Projects that we were previously not able to do cost effectively, AI now is enabling us to be able to do that, because you can bring in all of this unstructured data, analyze, tag it, label it, and get insight from it. So, really a enormously fast-moving environment. So one final little project just to talk about, so enhancing international trade. So with international trade, you have so much data that's there and available, but again, most of it's siloed. And when you start to, the regulations with your own country are challenging enough without having to deal with so many different countries that you're exporting your product to. So again, very challenging. And, same for the importers. How do they understand, okay, was this food this actual batch produced in the way that it should have been and in compliance with our requirements, and also, critical and key food safety parameters that are, really complex. So there is a slightly strained relationship between all of these stakeholders as well. There's a bias in the system to, maybe protect the data that you think, oh, actually, this would be better if this wasn't known further up the supply chain. But, making that data available, openness and transparency, communication, that all builds trust, so that working through those challenging times. So again, why would people want to do this? So this is always at the start of any project we do. What are the benefits? Sharing data comes with a lot of challenges, and getting management to buy into that. So there really has to be, very strong factors for success. Essentially, from a importer-exporter perspective, for an exporter, it's, how can we increase our exports? How can we be seen as being a quality, a world-class supplier? And this is the approach in terms of openness, transparency, gold standard, identifying key information, critical information all along the supply chain. So again, it's back to the basics of, common terminology, everyone understanding the same words that mean exactly the same things from a scientific perspective. And this also has to reduce work, not increase it. We are by nature keen to take off workload. So really important as you develop out these solutions, that they're going to reduce the workload. So, very simple little data flow here. It's kind of like a digital twin of the ecosystem. So, you're starting with the regulatory agencies and the local departments of ag, the regulatory bodies in the country that's producing the food. And, each one of those key stakeholders in a very simplified map, feeding data into the data trust in a very controlled manner. So, the processors and the shippers. And then as it goes to the import side, so how can that data be made available to the customs and borders inspectors as they're viewing this, as this ship is on its way in? How can they fast track? How can they green channel those key products, especially short shelf life products, and we talked about leafy greens before. How do you get those through? Because every hour matters, every day matters, and certainly in hot climates where refrigeration has a significant cost. So, and then as that product flows on to the retailer and to the consumer, and then monitoring and understanding that. So it's not just saying, we're fine, this food is safe or it's good, but it's like, how are we monitoring the consumption and any foodborne illness or any outbreaks that may happen? How can we connect that back? And you're working then with the food safety agencies and the departments of health as well. So really a comprehensive ecosystem coming from the regulatory authorities of the exporting countries and connecting that whole ecosystem. So lots of different data that you can bring in here, batch-specific data from the growers, and was there any variances in there? And there's a lot of publicly available data, so weather data very easily accessible, but actually very influential in the key parameters. So extreme weather, or even without being extreme, but just certain weather at the time of growing or at harvesting will influence the use of crop protection. So you may end up exceeding MRLs, or you may end up with a higher risk of microbial or pathogens. And obviously, then from the processor perspective, so much available data from auditors and from any warning letters or anything that might be out there. So, expecting a customs inspector to be aware of all of this in advance of a shipment coming in for all of the products that are coming in, just unrealistic. But AI has the power to be able to distill all of that and make it available in a very simplified manner. So. And then even as the product is being shipped, so IoT, the Industrial Internet of Things, so real-time loggers, the data, humidity, all those key parameters. So, all very fine when, a ship is in its, on its designated path and there's no diversions for whatever means. So, we saw so much stuff with, with Suez Canal and, all the other challenges that are happening globally. Shipments are being diverted and delayed all the time. So being able to understand, okay, yes, it was delayed. Yes, it had to sit somewhere for a week or 2 weeks, but does that matter? Do I need to be concerned? So, without having to get out, complex food safety calculations, that's what the AI tool calculates automatically, makes that available, go, no, this is fine, no problem. Or actually, there was some concerning levels on this product before it came in. If this is sat at this temperature for this long, actually, this shipment needs to be rejected. So being able to do that in real time, really next generation approach to shipping. So, not just digitizing the documentation side of shipping, but actually data enabled shipping and clearance. So that, definitely next generation approach. So, enabling faster clearance decisions. So that's it. That's a long list of slides. So hopefully you got something from that. So. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ring, for this insightful presentation. And before we introduce our next speaker, let me first highlight some important points here. Yeah, so I'll say this in English and then in Arabic. So here, this is the QR where you can visit the conference program. إذن برنامج المؤتمر ممكن تحصلوا عليه من ال QR اللي موجود أمامكم. And also the live, and this is the event agenda scan. This is the evaluation, the agenda, same? بس مكتوب غير. So both of them, because it's written, this is live, Ada? الأول كان live? Okay, so the previous one is for the live session of the conference or the sessions, and this is for the conference program. إذا هذا لبرنامج الحفل، والكود اللي قبل السابق اللي هو البث المباشر للمؤتمر. And there is another QR for the evaluation of the presentations. So please scan this for the evaluation. تقييم المحاضرة لمستر رينج. Okay, so our next speaker is Mr. Fathiya Al-Rashdiya, and she is from the Ministry of Health. She will discuss AI in clinical nutrition, highlighting how artificial intelligence is transforming nutritional care. Ms. Fathiya, the floor is yours, and welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank, first of all, the organizers for inviting me to be as a speaker in today's very important event. And I hope that my speech will have value to all. My presentation will be about AI, or artificial intelligence in nutrition in general, and maybe we can focus on clinical nutrition in some cases. So beyond the calories, we are unlocking the AI-powered nutrition. And to start with, the artificial intelligence in healthcare report market is valued at $14.3 billion in 2023, and it is expected to be $153.6 billion in 2029. And in terms of personalized nutrition, AI valued at $6.8 billion in 2022, and is set to reach to increase by 20% each year to be projected $8 billion in 2028. So there are lots of economic benefits or potential benefits of AI in nutrition in general, and it's related to either to the cost or personalized diet or the public health monitoring. So in different areas, as well in the market analysis and better demands forecasting. So AI is having potential in different areas related to nutrition. To start with the background, as you know all, the artificial intelligence encompasses technologies that mimic human intelligence and, to solve complex problems and diverse strategies in evidence-based manner. So to link the AI to nutrition, nutrition is manifested science that examine how disease influence the health or diet-disease relationship. So we want to link here the how to benefit or to take advantage of AI intelligence in nutrition. So nutrition is very, very important, as according by the World Health Organization, the dietary factors expected as, or it's a major contributors to the morbidity and mortality. And in Oman, there is like 71% of all death refer to non-communicable diseases, which is very high percentage. And it costs 1.1 billion Omani riyals to treat those non-communicable diseases. So it's very important to focus on nutrition and medical nutrition therapy and also the public health nutrition in general. So this diagram shows how the relationship between the outcomes, which is the application, and the intelligence, how the intelligence or AI can process different information to come with like a nutrient or recipes. So AI will help the healthcare to analyze databases and with strong growth expected next decades. So it's widespreading for next decades. In clinical nutrition, it's transforming healthcare by linking the dietary assessment to the health, or like, as we said, like diet-disease relationship. And it's also support the disease management of, especially of non-communicable diseases like cardiovascular disease and hypertension and diabetes, with a strong growth expected in the future. So why we want to focus on nutrition? Because it's complex composition of food. Everyone knows that food composition is very complex to analyze, and then also a wide variability in the individual response when we analyze the dietary intake of any data. And then the multiple chronic diseases influenced by nutrition, not only one disease. So there are lots of many or several, like in one person, sometimes there are more than one disease. So it's very complicated to analyze what's the main reasons for this problem. And then delayed onset of some of the diet-related diseases due to long latency period, and lifelong cumulative effects of those diseases or dietary exposure. So sometimes it takes lifelong to expose to this, a cumulative effect will take long time for this dietary exposure. Potential effects or benefits for artificial intelligence. There are lots of potential benefits for nutrition, which improve the efficiency if it's used in careful way. So it's improved the efficiency and effectiveness in the nutrition care. As well, it supports the nutrition research. So there is a bright future for AI or artificial intelligence to support the clinical nutrition research and as well in the practice. It also enhanced the role of qualified nutrition or and dietetic professionals. So it enhanced their role. It will not, only depends on AI, but it will enhance their roles to be more efficient. So there is the nutrition process that we have, it's called the nutrition care process. So it's a structured approach to provide individualized nutrition care, and I explore the relationship between the nutrition care process and the AI. So AI mainly will focus on the dietary assessment. When I did a reading on the AI and the nutrition, it focused primarily on dietary assessment, and then, for example, other factors like malnutrition detection or prediction, and other other assessment of the other steps of nutrition care process, like intervention and nutrition recommendations. So what can AI in nutrition or care process, what is the role of AI in nutrition care process? It's mainly in the nutrition assessment. And what we are collecting as a nutritionist or a dietitian in nutrition care process, we are collecting a wide varieties of data, which include, for example, biochemical data, health or medical history. So there are a wide range of data that we are collecting in nutrition care process. For example, biochemistry, so the lab results of any person or individual can be processed and analyzed through AI, and that will shorten the time that a dietitian or nutritionist can take and process this dietary assessment and link it to for example, the diagnosis, nutrition diagnosis, which is the second step of nutrition care process, and then come up with interventions or specific or personalized nutrition recommendation. So it predicts the optimal diet using machine learning. So this machine learning is one of the key technology in AI. And also enable personalized nutrition plans, diet plans, and recommendation. So without personalized or without correct dietary assessment, we cannot provide a correct dietary recommendation. So it's very, very important to have the correct information in the dietary assessment, so we can have a correct dietary recommendation when we are using AI to help us. So the artificial intelligence and nutrition care process as well, there is a AI-driven dietary assessment. As I mentioned before, the AI focused mostly on dietary assessment. So the AI algorithm can organize a lot of, or analyze a lot of dietary data, which include nutritional status, nutritional deficiencies, dietary intake, nutrient, and portion sizes. So this data is very, very important in AI-driven dietary assessment, and can be processed easily by them. This is like examples of what are some of the clinical data or future data that can be included or integrated into AI learning models to generate personalized nutrition care or advice. So for example, we can include personal data, anthropometric data. So personal data, anthropometric data, and biochemical data is very important part of the dietary assessment or nutritional care process. And this diagram shows the type of information that can be processed by AI. For example, dietary types, diet, the microbiome, and or gut microbiome, and then laboratory reports, physical activity data. It will be processed by different computer device programs to give individualized care or individualized plan. So the individual target will be individualized according to the entry of this data. As you see, there are a lot of or different types of data. AI for nutrition as well can be used in nutrition guidance for weight management, for meal planning as well, and dietary recommendation as well, and predictive analysis for health outcomes. Without, again, we can say that without accurate information for those types of nutrition guidance, we cannot have a correct target individualized care. So the nutrient intake tracking as well, and food sensitivity management, and those very important area in clinical nutrition or nutrition. For example, in meal planning and recipe recommendation, we can use AI-driven meal planning platforms, and then customize as well. They can do the customized meal plans, and test preferences will be included to have the final individualized care. So those information are available to be processed by AI. the predictive dietary, the predictive nutrition and health outcomes. So this is advanced, a little bit AI advanced in this area, like health outcomes prediction, data-driven health insights, and also a nutritional deficiency prevention. So according to the entry of the data that's enter or lifestyle of any person, we can enter those information, and AI will be able to detect if this person is at risk of like some nutritional deficiencies according to his like what he's eating, what his diet history and medical history and other dietary assessment data. So benefits of AI and personalized nutrition and diet planning, again, it has a precision and customization. Precision, so all the AI can create diet meal plans based on metabolism, for example, and genetics. It considers nutritional needs, like personal nutritional needs. For example, like if a person is on a low-salt diet or a low-sodium diet, that can be processed by AI. So it's very specific advice, and we can feed this AI with the correct information. More effective than generic dietary advice. So the precision is very, very important here as one of the benefits of AI in nutrition and clinical nutrition. This diagram shows the data sources of nutritional recommendation. So the data sources of personalized nutrition, for example, like blood, DNA, urine, stool, all of these information can be processed and to personalize nutrition goal according to the goal, what we want from this data. So is it for weight loss, for example, or just for treating one of the chronic diseases? Is it like intervention for a disease or just for weight loss, for example? So we have to be very careful about what's our personalized diet, or what's the goal of that advice or dietary plan before we proceed to the, for example, the diet plan, the final diet plan. So AI will process all this information and combine it with the goals of this nutrition therapy, and then we'll come up with the delivery, which is personalized or individualized care, nutrition care. And there is as well reassessment, which will feed back the loop for increased accuracy, Another benefits of AI in nutrition will be accessibility and end user. So it's end user friendly and accessible to most of for all of us. And for example, engagement. Those benefits and accessibility can have we can engage with those processes, and then long-term adherence. Also wider reach. We can reach wider segment of population and user interaction. We can fix some data that we enter, and then easy access and low cost. So when we compare the, for example, AI nutritionist or dietitian, it will be a lower cost, but it will not replace it. We will not recommend that AI nutritionist will replace the real dietitian or a nutritionist. Benefits also real-time monitoring and feedback, and this can be achieved by wearable and Apple-based, application-based tracking, so real-time analysis of vitals and activity. So the wearable devices that we can process as well, it will give like real-time feedback. And this is the importance of AI in transforming the way we understand, analyze, and personalize the data. And it started from the wearable devices. Maybe most of you tried the wearable devices, especially, and like how many steps you are walking every day, or health part of your, like for example, Apple Watch or iPhone or Apple phones. So as well, it's instant dietary feedback. When you enter the information, it will give you instant dietary feedback and dynamic diet adjustment. So if you need, for example, to adjust, for example, if you have 1,500 calories and you are eating more than that calories, it can provide you with feedback that you are going beyond your requirements. So it will give you a notification or alert that you are going upper than what you need. So it's good. And then also enhanced adherence to nutritional outcomes when you are wearing those devices or real-time monitoring and feedback. It will be long-term because it is with you and you can follow up your status, like nutritional interventions or also in terms of weight loss programs. The key technologies, I'm not expert in AI, so I just read about those technologies. So the types of those technologies are natural language processing and machine learning, for example. So natural language processing, for example, interpret food logs and health data, while AI use, for example, machine learning to predict health responses. And deep learning identify dietary patterns. So there are different types in AI which work, or technologies that can help us either like for dietary assessment or the final diet plan or intervention. So it's a decision support as well system. So decision support system as well recommends food choices, and it's one of those technologies. We can have a look at the AI application in nutrition in general. So those application AI in nutrition in general, for example, as we said, like NLP or natural language processing. Natural language processing can be, for example, AI chatbots, provide individualized nutrition and also dietary changes. So AI will use NLP to identify or for portion size, for example, to provide a guide users for portion sizes or dietary recommendation, while it will use machine learning to analyze data and personalize nutrition recommendation and monitor food intake and dietary patterns. So they use different technologies to deal with those dietary data. And I would like to say here that dietary assessment or nutrition care, it's not just to ask you about what you eat in one time, but it's a variety of comprehensive data that we are collecting from the clients. So there are different kinds of data, as I told you, even for the monitoring and evaluation. So deep learning uses artificial neural, for example, neural network, which is 3D dimension AI 3-dimension data, to identify feature within the data. Also the nutrition prediction, nutrient prediction, and creating individualized diet. The apps like ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a friend of most of us nowadays, and it's good, maybe, in evaluating the generating dietary recommendations. It aligns with the guidelines in energy and some allergen, but maybe some errors when you define some of the inaccuracy in energy and allergy. Even it will give you like recommendation, but it lacks some of the specific things like allergen or sensitivity to foods. So yeah, comparison with food for me. So when we are using, for example, ChatGPT and comparing it with validated apps like Food for Me or Nutrimetics, it will give you a different. It will have some errors in tracking those nutrients of specific foods. So the tracking of those some of the ChatGPTs or those AI data, it will not be accurate as the Food for Me, for example, that, software or application that designed or validated specifically to analyze those dietary data. ChatGPT in clinical nutrition for weight loss as well, used in clinical setting, and a wearable device, as we said, for food intake. And those are some of the AI application in clinical nutrition. It's wide used in different areas, in geriatric nutrition, pediatric nutrition, and in different setting or clinical nutrition setting. For example, it's used, for example, to detect hypophosphatemia or like use CT imaging. But some of those applications are still in experimental phase or in the research phase and not yet used. And some of them used in many hospitals, like the nasogastric tube placement. So AI tools can help, like deep learning can help verify the nasogastric tube or nasogastric tube placement. And as well, there are some of the, for example, AI integrated smart toilets, which is monitor bowel movements and detect if there is any blood in the stool. So it's used in some hospital, but in sometimes some of them still primarily experimental. And also there is a machine learning for circulatory system diseases and drug reactions. And also it can predict the likelihood and severity of adverse effects of some drugs. The machine learning as well detect malnutrition in cancer patients, and also integrating the malnutrition screening to enhance sarcopenia, accuracy, like sarcopenia that are accurate risk identification. And yeah, there are some other applications which we can use to support, for example, weight loss, like X-strip application. And there are another prototype CDSS that's used in geriatric, it's used in geriatric patients to detect if there is any issues within those age group. And also there are some convolutional neural network, or it's identify children who are at risk of malnutrition and provide them with nutrition recommendations. So this is like just a short example of how AI can generate, identify calories identification or calculation, but not all the time it's accurate. It will take the image, for example, and there is a pre-processing it, and then they are doing such of segmentation, like segmenting the food into different food groups, for example. And then it will come with how much calories and how many grams in each, for example, parts of this plate, like your plate. So it will process it in a way that we can have how much calorie. But again, it's not like accurate. And we talked about malnutrition as well, screening. So impact and consideration, we have to take tailored, we have to, so the AI will enhance the patient outcome, but it needs careful oversight and safe, ethical use. It enables as well self-monitoring in some cases. And just 1 minute. Challenges in AI nutrition. So there are some challenges related to dietary privacy, algorithm, and bias. And also there is limited access AI tools in low resource setting. Also the clinical validation. And WHO, saying that we have to understand, interpret, and explain outputs carefully and apply it responsibly. And when we use AI only when the benefits outweigh the risk. So there are lots of limitations, which include lack of common sense and sometimes lack of ethical consent and lack of creativity. So AI, it's like artificial intelligence, not real intelligence. So of course, it will have a lot of limitation, which is very common. So maybe for future direction, we can there is an advancement for AI in nutrition, and then human collaboration is in clinical decision setting is very, very important. And we have to build our AI tools on evidence-based knowledge and evidence-based research, so we can feed those with those information. So in conclusion, AI may enhance individualization and dietary advice, promising for the management of non-communicable diseases. Also, the collaboration with other sectors and collaboration, like not only AI nutritionists, we can work together with other sectors to have like IT or experts in artificial technologies so that we can train them on correct advice. Thank you. And this is my references.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fathia Al-Rashdi, for this valuable insights. Actually, we thought to open the floor for one or two questions. However, I think we are behind in the schedule, so I'll proceed with our next speaker. And if we'll have time, then we'll open the Q&A session after the third speaker. So our third speaker is Ms. Reem. Sorry. So Ms. Reem Al-Shamsi from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Water Resources, Oman. She will present on advancing halal compliance in the food industry through AI and digital innovation. So welcome, Ms. Reem. اللي يحتاج ترجمة، سماعات الترجمة موجودة في الهيلب ديسك اللي ورا.
Hello everyone. Today I'm presenting advancing halal compliance in the food industry through AI and digital innovation. First, in the introduction, I will cover the growing importance of the halal certification, challenge in the current halal certification system, impact of COVID-19, AI and the blockchain potential, global relevance, challenge and the opportunity. Then I will move to the method, research approach, data collection and analysis. In the results, there is 4 points: interview insights, survey findings, AI, and the blockchain perception, benefits and difficulties, discussion, conclusion, and the reference. The growing importance of halal certification, halal food demands has increased with the expanding Muslim population. The global halal food market size is predicted to grow from 2.93 trillion by 2024 to approximately around 9.45 trillion USD by 2034, so it's highlighted a dramatic increases. There is also the increase in non-Muslim awareness, so 65% of Muslims still being the primary consumers of halal products, but there is a notable rise among the non-Muslims who is represented now around 35% of the market, and that's as a result of the increasing awareness of the ethical, quality, and safety standards associated with halal certificate. A challenge in the current halal system in the supply food risk, reduce of the consumer trust, and undermine the integrity of halal certified products, insufficiencies and limited transparency. The halal certification system suffer from inefficiencies, lack of the automation, and limited of traceability. This diagram breaks down the halal supply chain into the 5 main stages from the production up to the retail. So we can see there is a risk and there is opportunity for the improvement. For example, in the first stage for the producers in the farms, there is a lack of traceability, so we need to know the information about the origin of the animals, and also we need to know the information about the feed. Is it compliance with halal standards? Then in the transportation, there is a risk chance of the cross-contamination between halal product and non-halal product. In the processing facility, improper slaughtering, in the packaging and retail. Also, we need to confirm is that materials is halal while we do the packaging stage. So we can use any of AI or digital innovation to solve those issues. COVID-19 impact halal certification. So in 2020, pandemic started, and by the mid of 2020, a disruption to the supply chain, so it shows highly weakness in the global supply chains. So by the late of 2020, limitation on the travel and inspections. So it shows we need highly for the automation and remote solution. So we can conclude that COVID-19 accelerates the digital transformation. AI in halal certification. It's improved the accuracy. AI can automate the error detection and improving the accuracy and reducing the human mistakes. It enhanced the decision making. AI system optimize the decision making and certification. A blockchain in halal certification, it can ensure the transparency and traceability. It offers an immutable, decentralized system to ensure the transparency, traceability, and consumer trust. So each stakeholders in the supply chain will have specific roles, even to input the data or confirm the information or track the data. So at the end, we will track the full supply chain by using this technology. Global relevance. GCC countries plays a critical role in the global halal trade. Indonesia, BBGBH, it's a certified government body, is a leader in adopting digital certification technology since they established a platform for issuing the halal certificate. That platform called C Halal. So they can upload the document, then by the support of AI, it will check that document, and the auditors will cross-check again, then it will issue the certificate by using that platform, so it will reduce the time and effort. Research aimed to explore the integration of AI and the blockchain to improve halal certification system, ensuring the align with the Islamic ethical principle, honesty, fairness, and responsibility. There is halal certification difficulties, inefficiency, inspection, manual inspection, and documentation slow down the certification process since it will take more time. While when we will use AI, it will reduce that time, and we can upload, for example, the list of the materials, that ingredient materials. So if there is any alcoholic product, it will notify that product and will send an alarm to the auditor. So then he will go to cross verification about that information with that company. Limited transparency in the supply chain, lack of visibility across the entire halal supply chain, risk of the fraud. Global sourcing of the halal products increase the potential for halal certification fraud. So all those issues end with the decreased consumer confidence in the halal market. The opportunity, pandemic-driven shift, global supply chain gaps highlighted. COVID-19 brought the attention to a weakness of the traditional supply chain, emphasizing the need for more robust transparency system. It's accelerate the digital transition for SME as a business, increasingly moving for the online. There is an opportunity to integrate AI and blockchain for more effective in halal certification. Innovation opportunity, growing reliance on the digital platform. SME are using digital platform for certification, marketing, and sales, that making this an ideal time to implement a technology solution. A perfect moment for the technological innovation, digital tools like AI and the blockchain can address the challenge faced by the Halal certification process and can help to drive the industry forward. Research approach. This study uses quantitative and qualitative approach, combining the academic articles with the collection information from the primary data through surveys and interviews. Data collection through surveys, interviews, the discussion with the key stakeholders like Halal certification bodies, regulatory authorities, food producer, technology developers to identify the insight of AI and the blockchain implementation challenges and benefits. Surveys structured questionnaires were distributed to the Halal industry professionals using Likert scale method from 1 to 5 assessed to observe the effectiveness of AI blockchain in the improving accuracy, transparency, and efficiency, readiness for the adoption, and impact of the consumer trust in the regulatory compliance. In the interview insights, participants, key stakeholders from the Halal certification body, focus area was to the difficulties of AI and the blockchain integration, its expected benefits and concerns. In the survey insight, the survey recipient, all of them agreed, most of them, about the Halal industry professionals in the food production and distribution. Focusing area about the effective of AI and the blockchain for the certification, readiness to adopt a new technology, trust and transparency benefit. Analysis method was both qualitative and quantitative, analyzed to provide a comprehensive view in the current state and the future opportunity of AI and the blockchain in the Halal certification. In the results, for the challenge identified the inefficiency of the manual inspection and documentation, limited traceability across the supply chain, fraud risk affecting the Halal certification credibility, AI benefits to automate the verification of the process to reduce the human errors and to enhance the decision-making accuracy. For the blockchain benefits, ensure the data integrity and prevent the tampering. It provides end-to-end traceability and transparency, build a consumer regulatory trust, and concern highlighted about the high implementation and maintenance cost, lack of digital infrastructure, especially for SMEs companies, uncertainty regarding the regulatory frameworks. For the survey findings, strong belief that AI improved the efficiency and certification accuracy, board agreement that the blockchain enhanced the transparency and traceability in the Halal supply chain, and most recognized benefit, faster and more efficient Halal certification, real-time monitoring and verification, increase the consumer trust and confidence. Commonly cited challenge, limited technical knowledge in the industry, financial difficulties for the adoption, and absence of the clear guideline or support from the authorities. So as we can see, the first chart shows 76 of the recipient believe that all AI improved the accuracy and efficiency in Halal certificate, while 85% believe blockchain enhance transparency and traceability. For the benefits, like faster certification, real-time tracking, and improved trust were highly valued. For the cost, technical knowledge, and regulatory uncertainty were recognized as a key difficulties. AI automates the verification and reduces the human errors. It enhances the compliance with the decision-making process. Blockchain benefits create tamper-proof, transparent record and improve the traceability and prevent the fraud. It enhances the consumer confidence. Stakeholders view strong support but concern about the high implementation cost, technical capacity, especially for SME, regulatory and uncertainty, Islamic ethical alignment, support the honesty, fairness, and transparency in the trade. So at the end, AI and the blockchain are transformative tools for the Halal certification. They address the current inefficiency and strengthen trust. Stakeholders are optimistic, but they face the practical and policy related to the challenge. GCC countries could be leaders and play a key roles in the driving adoption. Tech adoption should remain aligned with the Islamic ethical values. So at the end, I would like to thank AIS team, Ms. Yusra Rawahi, Sobash, Dr. Tahir Akbal, Mohammed Mahdi, and from DGSM, Salah Al-Khasaibi, as well, Dr. Hussein Al-Masrouri, Ali Al-Ghafri, Ali Al-Badi, and Fatma Al-Jilani from Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reem, for this wonderful talk. Now we open the session for a few questions for the three speakers, Ms. Reem, Ms. Fathia, and Mr. Ring. Please, if you have any question, raise your hands. إذا عندكم أي أسئلة ممكن تطلبوا المايك. لو سمحت. هنا في البداية. And we need the mic with the speakers also.
Thank you. Just first of all, a comment for the last speaker.
Reem? Ms. Reem, it's for you.
It was an absolutely wonderful presentation, really, really good, and I congratulate the speaker. I think the importance of digitization of different supply chains is incredibly important. The example of Halal was a very, very good one. I guess my question is that, in my experience, digitization alone does not stop fraud, because you can upload falsified, counterfeit documents into a digital system, and there still needs to be some form of external verification, some sort of testing. And I wonder, in that study, did anybody highlight some of the weaknesses of blockchain in terms of you can still cheat a blockchain system? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it is just a comment. So since there are no more questions, then I think we can move on with our next speaker. Do you have any other questions? Okay. Our next speaker is Dr. Stella Simayo Wafo, Director of Regulatory Affairs and Stakeholder Relations at CropLife Africa and Middle East. She will speak on innovation in phytosanitary products. Dr. Stella, please go ahead.
Good morning, distinguished participants. I'm delighted to join you today on behalf of CropLife Africa Middle East. It's also my first time to be in Oman, and I'm very grateful for the organizers to bring us into this discourse. So to start our contribution into this dialogue around food safety and food quality, which is really an important topic for our constituency, I'd like to just mention that CropLife Africa Middle East is an industry association representing innovators, developers, manufacturers, formulators and registrants of crop protection products, and biotechnology products. We also have a membership of 22 national associations in Africa and the Middle East region. So in terms of this contribution on the new trends in crop protection, I really want to echo the background from today's morning conversation around partnerships, collaboration, food security, sustainability, and resilience, which is very critical for our members as well in contributing to the innovative space. So today I'll speak to us in one area, which is crop protection, some new trends in crop protection, and specifically highlighting biopesticides. How do I move the slides? Can you help me? Is it this? All right. Sorry about that. So I'll take us through the benefits of biopesticides and the critical challenges that are being faced by the users and also the innovators. I'll also take us through the contributions that CropLife Africa Middle East is making in this space, and then some questions for our discussions. So what are biopesticides? These are products that are drawn from nature, and basically they are active substances that come out of nature, and they come in 4 categories: semiochemicals, biochemicals, microorganisms, and macroorganisms. Under the semiochemicals, we have pheromones. I think this is common. And then we have allelochemicals. We also have biochemicals. And these 2 categories are sometimes, or more often, regulated just the way conventional pesticides are regulated. Then we have microorganisms, and these come from algae, fungi, viruses, and name it. And then we have the macroorganisms, and these are live enemies drawn from nature that can fight pests in a way that protects the environment. So why is our industry focused on this area of innovation as a contribution, of course, into the integrated pest management programs that farmers would have? One is that this is a set of products that is the highest growing globally. Unfortunately, our region, Africa and Middle East, is only represented at about 4% of the market. We have Latin America at 11%. We have Europe at 14%. We have North America at 28%, and Asia is the fastest growing at 43%. And this really brings us to the question, why is it that we only have 4% in our region? What can we do as an industry association to contribute to this space, knowing that the highest population growth is in this region, Africa and Middle East, the highest, therefore, need for more food, safe food, is in this region because we have a growing population. So what are the benefits and why this area? And one is when you look at the human health and environment, the contribution of biopesticides is very critical because, one, it helps with consumer safety. I think we learned this morning that there are changes in consumer safety, and everyone would like to have products used in the production process that ensure sustainability and resilience. So in terms of toxicological profile, biopesticides offer a safer toxicological profile, and therefore a preferred and encouraged tool to be used by farmers in our region. Then, of course, crop safety. We all know that even when exporting, the consumers or our export markets would want to be sure that our products are safe. and also the local consumers would want to be sure that the products are safe. So this reduces, helps us to reduce residues on food that is traded. In terms of resistance management, we know that when you use one product over time, there is bound to be resistance from the pests and from the diseases. So biopesticide offer another tool that can be used in the IPM program for farmers to help with the management of residues. Okay, it's now moving. All right. So in terms of low toxicity to organisms that are targeted for crop protection or phytosanitary protection, biopesticides offer a low toxicity. And I have said low toxicological profile. These are some of the benefits. In terms of the environment, the biopesticide enable the safety in the environment because they break down faster. They are not long-lasting in the environment. And therefore, this is a new addition that should be encouraged for use by farmers. I will mention the integrated pest management, which is very critical. And this is defined as a careful consideration of all possible available pest control products or techniques and their integration for appropriate measures. So this is, I've picked it from FAO, adapted it from FAO, and it is the centrality of how the farmers in our region can produce food that is safe and that is quality. And here, biopesticides are one of the tools. In one of the projects that we as CropLife Africa Middle East was collaborating, we were looking at farmers, how can farmers, for example, in avocado in Tanzania, apply biopesticides towards the end of the crop season or just nearing harvest, in order to ensure that the pesticide residues are within limits, and therefore this product can go into the market. And this was a kind of proof of concept, and it seems to work that this use of biopesticide towards the end of harvest, towards the end of the crop season, helps to reduce the residues. So this is one of the areas that we are exploring, and also how can digital tools be used to select crop protection products that can be advised for farmers to use. So this is the centrality of bringing in innovations in biopesticides in order to enhance the toolbox of farmers. As we also know that the toolbox of farmers has been reducing because of the restrictions, and therefore biopesticides provide another solution. So I have mentioned this in the tailored, so in terms of residue management, as I have mentioned, that the use of biopesticide is a combination tool to other crop protection products is very critical, especially to support export. Alongside this, as CropLife Africa Middle East, we have an online learning tool that is supporting all stakeholders who would want to understand maximum residue limits and the link to exporting agricultural production to other countries. So we are using this alongside these innovation tools to support stakeholders to understand why they should respect the gap when they are producing their products for local use and for export. So what are some of the challenges? I will begin with the regulatory challenges. And for this type of products, there is a lack of a dedicated framework for evaluating biopesticide in most of the countries in Africa, Middle East. There is also a lack of a harmonized definition of the biopesticide, and therefore you find that biopesticides are being regulated as conventional or chemical pesticides. Alongside this, there is an absence of data requirements because it's not stipulated in the law or the protocol to evaluate. It means, therefore, the regulator has challenges evaluating this type of products. Then the long registration processes, in some countries it takes up to 36 months. If the farmer is looking to enhance the production, increase the production, enhance the safety of the production, and he has to wait for 36 months before a product reaches him, I think this is a space that we need to do more. Then the need for a dedicated team of experts to evaluate this, this being a new innovation. Most of the countries have not invested in having more experts trained in this area to evaluate the product. So it means that there is a reduced flow of innovation to the farmer. And then, of course, post-registration monitoring, which is weak in most of the countries because of the number and expertise of the people involved in post-registration monitoring. So also you find that the biopesticides are registered maybe for 3 years, and a longer registration period would offer more benefits. For instance, it will reduce the administrative burden for both the regulator and the innovator. It will reduce costs. It will enable market stability in terms of a product registered in one country. If harmonization is happening in that sub-region, it can be accepted because of the data transportability in another country. Longer registration periods will also help with encouraging innovation, and it will help with aligning with global standards. The farmer challenges are many in terms of, first of all, just to summarize, the knowledge, awareness of this kind of products, how they work, when they work, the issues around climate variabilities, how these products should be transported and stored, how they can be used in the integrated pest management program. So these are some of the challenges that the farmers face, and they need a lot of support. We also know that the extension service is inadequate in most of the countries, and therefore this is an area that will need a lot of support and collaboration. The industry challenges are around the issue of harmonization. It will be easier for an industry looking at applying for registration in one country and being able to get access to the other countries. And this can only happen if there is harmonization of regulatory frameworks in the sub-region, if there is data transportability and sharing of data in that region. If the regulatory frameworks allow for that, then it will be easier for innovation to move from one country to another. And this can really support attracting innovation to the region. There is also the lack of fast-track process. There is really no way that conventional pesticides can be used as a prism to register biopesticides. So this is an area that needs to be looked at. And then, of course, the need for looking at storage and transportation of these products. So these are the challenges that industry faces. What are our efforts as CropLife Africa Middle East? First, in the regulatory space, we are looking at working with other partners and, of course, government agencies in reducing data packages, a process that fast tracks the registration of biopesticides and makes them available to the farmers. We are also looking at supporting harmonization. We know that several regional blocs are working towards harmonizing regulatory frameworks. How about harmonizing regulatory frameworks for biopesticides? This will help to bring the needed commodities to the farmers to use. Then, of course, the harmonization of guidelines, and in this space, we have seen that several sub-regions are working on guidelines. Can this be fast-tracked into regulations in those countries in the region? We're also looking at enhanced capacity and knowledge sharing among regulatory officials, exchanges between regulatory officials from one country to another, especially a country that perhaps has registered more biopesticide. How can these exchanges be enhanced so that they can avail this product to the farmers through sharing of data, sharing of expertise, sharing of the challenges and the feedback from members. We're also looking at having our members increase the number of biopesticides registered in the region. And we are currently doing a study to look at how many biopesticides are registered in each of the countries in our Africa, Middle East region, and what are the challenges. And this is being shared by our members and other industry members to just know what are the critical challenges. And this will be shared in the next conversations. Then the training of farmers on how and when to use biopesticide is very critical. And this is part of our responsible use program, where we are having stewardship best practices for biopesticides. So in terms of sharing recommendations and areas that can be discussed and looking at the future is the issue of public awareness. That biopesticides are critical. They are critical as an IPM tool. They are critical in helping to expand the toolbox of farmers. Farmers need support in terms of understanding how to use and when to use these products in their integrated pest management programs. The need for collaboration is really a big here, and partnerships. How do we support the regulatory authorities? How do we support the farmers? And how do we support trade by having this area really looked into by all stakeholders? The registration process is critical. We need to look at shorter registration timelines. We need to look at longer registration validity and implementing the low-risk status and reduced data requirements. Policy facilitation is critical. I've mentioned the gaps in harmonization and alignment, and also efforts that can help to transform the current existing regional guidelines into protocols or regulations in countries. So in terms of conclusions, I would like to suggest to us that these areas of collaboration I've mentioned, the policy, awareness, public awareness, harmonization, and fast-tracking the registration is very critical. And with this, I would like to thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stella, for this insightful and well-delivered talk. Now, before moving with our next speaker, we'll have the QR for each speaker to evaluate the last three speakers. First, Ms. Fathiya, and then Ms. Reem, lastly with Dr. Stella. So we'll have a few minutes with this one. Okay, let us now welcome our final speaker for this session is Dr. Cormac Elheny from the Irish Food Safety Authority. He will present on food safe are a joint-up approach to the identification, assessment, and management of emerging food safety hazards and associated risks. So Dr. Mac Elheny, please welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Before we start, just to acknowledge the thanks for the invitation. It's my first time in Oman, and it's such a beautiful country. Delighted to be here and honoured to be here speaking today on behalf of the Phytosanitary consortium. Oh, the big green one, okay. My day job, apart from the Phytosanitary Consortium, is with the Irish Food Safety Authority. It's a regulatory body, so we're a regulatory agency that regulate food safety in Ireland. And one of my lead roles within the authority is around emerging risks and trying to understand what's the next big thing that's going to change some of our systems or change or impact consumers both in Ireland but also consumers worldwide that consume Irish products. And I'd like to start the presentation today with this image. And it's been touched on a few times already by a number of the speakers that set the scene very, very clearly, in that when we deal with emerging risks or we deal with an incident, because our food chain is highly complex, it's highly efficient, and it's highly interconnected, then usually when an issue happens, it's never isolated to one country or one region. Generally, it's a big picture. And what I think from when I see this image is that all the actors in the food chain, whether in Ireland, whether in Europe, or whether globally, have pieces of information, okay? And it's only when we come together, and I've heard the word collaboration several times in the previous talks, and it's also a focus on this talk. Collaboration is key. Because if we don't collaborate, we can't take all the pieces of the jigsaw and put it together to understand the bigger picture of the emerging risk or the incident. And the faster we do that, the faster we can mitigate and protect consumers globally. Top-level overview of the presentation here today. I'm going to outline the challenge, again, which was outlined very clearly by previous speakers. A little bit of a background on Phytosanitary, the project. The Phytosanitary framework, and then I'm going to show you a pre-recorded video of around 10 minutes to show you how to onboard onto this platform, and then finish with a recap and a close. And just to say, I think at a previous one of these conferences, Professor Samuel Godfrey did present on the Phytosanitary platform, so this will serve also as an update of the overall project. So you can see here a number of challenges were discussed previously this morning. Big challenges around climate, big challenges around trade, around finance, and there's huge disruption happening today. And I think, look, the food safety system, it's constantly evolving, it's constantly challenging, and it's up to the system itself to be resilient and have capacity in order to absorb some of these. But you can see some of the information here on this slide, talking about, it was touched on before, around the population. It's an issue that's going to create lots of challenges, but also lots of opportunities in order to feed those extra mouths. We heard some previous points today about technology and about the disruptive nature of technology. Again, that offers challenges and opportunities around ICT and automation. The food sectors that generate value-added growth and jobs globally, they're developing, but there's also imbalance and some socioeconomic inequality in those systems. There's also growing demand from our consumers, both nationally and globally. Consumers' demands are changing, their wants and their desires are changing, and again, the food safety and food system has to adapt in order to adapt to those wants and needs. And again, a big one, and it keeps on giving, is around climate change and around resource scarcity. Water was mentioned earlier, and we can see, today in the news, there's also a number of climate-related issues that are also raising serious issues for the food supply system. So to touch then on Food Safe R, so what is Food Safe R? Food Safe R is a Horizon Europe research initiative, and it was launched back in October 2022. We're currently in year 3 of 4, and there was an overall grant of around €6 million put together to this consortium to do the work, a 4-year project. The objective here is to develop a proactive and holistic food safety warning and management system to address emerging risks in the global food system. It's coordinated by colleagues in the Foxy Institute in Austria. Professor Martin Wagner and Professor Rudi Kruschka are the 2 leaders on this project. And I'm only going to bore you with one definition today, and it's just, again, to set the scene around what are emerging risks. So an emerging risk is defined as a risk to human, animal, or plant health that arises from a new source or a new hazard, or from an increased susceptibility to exposure or an existing source. So basically, it's something we didn't know about before, it's a new hazard, or it's something we knew something about, but there's an increased exposure. An example of that could be mycotoxins, for example. This is a nice photograph of the overall consortium that's involved in the Food Safe R project. You can see here the number of different institutions. It's both regulatory, academia, and industry partners. There's around 20 partners on the overall project that come together to work on this. And not only within the project, we also have an international oversight body, an oversight committee, and you can see some of the agencies involved here, the UN FAO, for example, colleagues in the US and the FDA and the USDA, Canadian colleagues, Food Drink Europe. So it's a very big international project. I'm just going to show you one slide on the overall project itself, and then we're going to focus on the Open Digital Hub piece that I want to share with you today. So there are 6 work packages within this project. Work package 1 looks at the impact analysis of food systems and stressors. So really that work package 1 is understanding the drivers of change. And some were mentioned today by Professor Elliott in terms of these big drivers of change. So it's really trying to understand those drivers. What data have we got to monitor those drivers? And can we get out ahead and be proactive to monitor these drivers and understand how they can create risks? The second work package here is around microbial risks, and the third work package is around chemical hazards and chemical risks. So again, 2 big pieces at play here, one around the emerging microbial issues and one around the emerging chemical issues. Work package 4 I'm going to speak on in a second. Work package 5 is around this de-escalation concept and future-proofing food safety management for lifelong learning. So really bringing together a hub of information and learning resources so we can teach and inform our future food safety leaders. And then work package 6 is really about communication and dissemination. So just to focus in a little bit on work package 4, this idea of an open digital hub for enduring delivery of project outcomes and transformation. Well, work package 4 has actually gotten much bigger than that. We've developed a global hub, which really is a one-stop shop for all things emerging risks. So I'm going to speak on that. So here you can see there's a huge amount of information feeding into this hub, okay? With databases being put up onto it, there's a number of methods and models and risk assessment models being developed within the project and from other projects that will be hosted there. There's a number of tools and early warning services. For example, the IRASIF system in Europe will plug directly into the system, as well as InfoSan alerts and the likes. So it really is aiming to be a one-stop shop, and some of the features here of the platform itself that I'll show you in a second is around the accessibility. It's always open and it's always on. It's connectivity and interoperability. There's an open API available for yourselves to tap into it and take the information directly from an API, but we can also use the platform to tap into other APIs and bring information directly to the hub. Its permanence beyond the project. This is a 4-year project, but it's envisaged that this hub will live long after the 4 years. Its scalability in terms of microservices architecture. One of the parts of the platform will be that it hosts a number of apps, a number of food safety apps, all in one place. And I think the key one here, and I touched on it earlier, and other speakers have touched on it, about community and collaboration. Really the strength of this tool is bringing together a community of food safety experts, but not only food safety experts that understand emerging risks and understand the characteristics of emerging risks, and co-creation. Some of the user groups, I would summarize user groups by saying any food safety professional that's involved in emerging risk can benefit from this tool. Just some quick facts about the tool so far. In development, bringing it to this point, there's been 6 co-creation living labs. We hosted, the Food Safety Authority of Ireland hosted one in Ireland. We brought together around 20 food safety authorities from around the world. We got them in a room in Dublin for a couple of days and really try to understand what they would need as a regulator, for example, from a tool like this. And this information has been fed back into the developers of the tool. One open digital hub, one-stop shop that I'm going to display now in a second, has been developed. There's 3 unique selling points about this tool. One is driven by professionals. This is not an open source Twitter feed, for example. The people hosted on the platform are food safety professionals. So there's a curated feed of professional information available to those on the hub, and it's moderated by the scientific community. So far, I think there's about 550 members from the international food system on this platform. This could be a lot higher if we wanted to push it out and go fully public with it, but it was agreed within the consortium that this project would grow organically. We would speak to the likes of yourselves who are in the area, who are experts, who can add value to the programme and to the platform. And slowly, organically, this platform has been built. So those 500 or 550 are food safety professionals that are invested in emerging risks globally. So I'm going to show you a video now in a second after this slide. It's about 10 minutes long. I'd invite you, you can register for the platform here and you can follow along. You can follow along on your phone or your laptop if you wish to follow that link. It's www.my.foodsafehour.com, and you can follow the video. It'll show you how to register, and I hope this video now plays, or you can follow the QR code that will also take you to the registration page. Can we press play? Just bear with us 1 second. Doesn't work? No? There's a video embedded. I asked your colleagues this morning, did it work, and they said they did. It's the main part of the presentation. Okay, technical difficulties. It did work earlier this morning, so if you want to go on to the platform itself, the My Food Safe Hour platform, I'll try and talk you through it here in my own mind. I'm a user of the platform itself, so you can open the welcome screen and put in your details and register either as a personal user or as a user from your agency or authority. and you can explore, you can go online, and you can view the platform itself. There's a number of tabs on the platform. One of the tabs is the landing page, and on the right-hand side of the landing page, there's a curated feed, an AI-driven feed that's pulling in information from a number of sources to do with emerging risks. Some of these sources are from published literature, for example. Some are from news feeds, food safety news feeds. Some are from the European Food Safety Authority's website, for example. So that's a very useful tool in terms of scanning for emerging risks. You can also collaborate with other colleagues. You can see there's another tab to do with the community and connectivity. So you can see what who else is involved and who else is working in a certain region or a certain area. There's a data tab also being developed within the tool itself to show various data sets and links into various data sets. This is currently under development at present, but this is envisaged as to be a one-stop shop for all the data feeds. For example, your GEMS database, your Infosan database, the IRASAF European database, for example, can also plug in to this system. I'll just check if we any progress with the video. No? Okay. I will leave a link on the presentation itself, and the presentation can be made available to the attendees. I'll leave the link there so you can view the video. The video is hosted on YouTube, so it's easily accessible. We also have, you can download this on an app, so after you register, you can take the My Food Safe R address and host it on your home screen as an app. So if you're traveling and you wish to share information or you find information on emerging risks, you can use that also to share any information on it. And I'll leave, there's a number of steps there, whether you're iOS or Android, you can register. Key areas we use Food Safe R for. Thankfully, I have an image of the platform itself, so you get an idea of how it looks and feels. Some of the users call it the LinkedIn for food safety, the specialized LinkedIn for food safety professionals. So you can see here on the left-hand side, it's almost your profile and your background. You can see then the main feed. The main feed then on the right-hand side is the feed I was talking about, this AI-generated feed that's harvesting lots of information from lots of sources, and it's presenting it here as potential emerging risks for you to consider and to collaborate on. Then colleagues that are involved with the platform itself, for example, these are colleagues from the European Food Safety Authority. So they've identified that the UK has identified 24 infectious diseases as future public health threats. So really the curated feed here is about early warning, it's about emerging risks, it's about looking into the future to understand what the challenge is coming forward. And again, you can comment on this, you can have a conversation, you can link in other colleagues, and you can share and discuss the information on the Open Digital Hub. You can see a number of the agencies and organisations who are involved in the hub itself, and this is one of the tabs here called Network. So if you want to find someone on the hub, for example, let's say if you have an issue with a product coming from Ireland or some intelligence to say there's an issue with a product from Ireland, you could go onto this platform and contact me, for example, or contact one of the other regulatory agencies that are involved there, so you can contact people directly. And you'll see the power in this, going back to the collaboration piece, is around really the network and finding people that you can connect with who are in these professional positions but understand the whole area of emerging risks. Again, we use it for this. If you wish, whether your consortium or your agency wish to use the tool, the Food Safety Authority doesn't own this tool. We're only here showcasing it. It's an open tool for others to use. For example, you can go on here and you can create a separate workspace, and it can be a private workspace or a public workspace, and you can invite colleagues onto the workspace itself. We find this very useful for engaging with our industry. We have a separate piece of work where we engage with industry on emerging risks, and this is the perfect platform where we can have a closed down forum, private forum, and if we want to share published papers or share information, we can share it via this platform, and they're also registered on it as well. So very good collaboration between the regulator and the industry in Ireland. This is currently under development, and this is the area I was talking about around bringing all the databases of information together. Because when you work on emerging risks and you work on data, some of the times you have to go hunting and looking for all the information to bring it in. But here, this tab is currently under development, but you can see the feeds of information that are going to be in there. And they're all being brought in by an API into the one area. So then just to recap, it's the first of its kind global emerging risks information exchange tool that's been developed. It hosts a community of knowledgeable and informed actors across the food system who are involved in emerging risks, and that's key. There's an organic community with strong growth. It's small at 500 or 550 people, but the organic community is there and it's grown very, very strongly. There's an opportunity now for you today to join and set up your own internal networks, for example, using the embedded tools and the data hub, which is coming. And there's also an opportunity to engage actively, and this is the key point. A tool like this and a system like this is of no use if we don't use it and actively engage and collaborate and share the information. Going back to the image of the jigsaw, we all have little parts of the jigsaw, but it's only when we bring them together that we see the bigger picture. I leave some of the contacts here again if the presentation has been made available for some of the colleagues involved and some of the links. The link is there to the Open Digital Hub, but the link is also there to the overall project itself. And just to acknowledge my co-authors, Professor Rudy Kruschka, Professor Martin Wagner, Orla McInerney, Professor Godfrey here in the audience, and Dr. Wayne Anderson from the Food Safety Authority of Ireland. And I'd like at this point to thank you for the opportunity, and apologies for the little technical glitch. I will make that video available after the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mac Al-Hinni, for this wonderful presentation and for this comprehensive and insightful talk. I'd like also to thank all our speakers for their contribution, and it is really a good, rich, and engaging session. So we will have now a video, I think. Yeah, and then we will proceed with the evaluation of the last presentation, and then also we will show on the screen the QR for the other speakers in case you missed any of them. After that, I'll just finish. After that, we'll break for lunch, and it will be served in the same area where the breakfast was given this morning. I think it is in the ground floor, exactly the same place where breakfast was provided. Thank you very much.
بحلول عام 2050 سيصل عدد سكان العالم إلى أكثر من 9 مليارات نسمة. في ظل التحديات المناخية والجيوسياسية، أصبح ضمان الأمن الغذائي القوي أمراً ضرورياً. مؤتمر عمان الدولي السابع لسلامة وجودة الغذاء نحو نظم غذائية مرنة ومتكيفة. خلال 3 أيام سيتم مناقشة عدة مواضيع: معالجة مرونة النظم الغذائية عالمياً، التحول الذي لا غنى عنه، تحديث سلامة وجودة الغذاء، دور التقنيات الحديثة والذكاء الاصطناعي، إدارة الابتكار من خلال الإشراف التنظيمي الحديث على الغذاء، أدوات منع الاحتيال الغذائي وإدارته من النظرية إلى التطبيق، الحلول التحليلية الغذائية والاختبارات الرسمية، رسم مسار للمستقبل في المنطقة العربية، تقييم مخاطر سلامة الغذاء لدعم القرارات التنظيمية، مستقبل تقييم مخاطر الغذاء في المنطقة العربية، سلسلة الإمداد الخضراء وإدارة سلاسل الإمداد، معاً لنبني مستقبلاً غذائياً آمناً ومستداماً. By 2050, the world population will reach over 9 billion people. In the face of climate and geopolitical challenges, ensuring robust food security is essential. Seventh Oman International Conference on Food Safety and Quality towards resilient and dynamic food systems. During 3 days, several topics will be discussed. Addressing resilience of food systems globally, the indispensable transformation, modernizing food safety and quality control, the role of new technologies and AI, managing innovation through modernized food regulatory oversight, food fraud prevention and management tools, from theory to application, food analytical solutions and official testing, charting a path forward for the Arab region. Food safety risk assessment, supporting food regulatory decisions. Future of food risk assessment in the Arab region. Green supply chain and supply chain management. Together, let's build a safe and sustainable food future.
من المصنع إلى مائدتك تمر الأغذية بعدة مراحل قد تكون مصحوبة بالمخاطر كالتلوث والغش والنقل والتخزين السيء. كل ذلك قد يكلفنا صحتنا. 600 مليون شخص يتعرضون للتسمم الغذائي سنوياً. 30% من مسببات الأمراض تأتي من الغذاء غير الآمن. سلامة الغذاء ليست رفاهية، إنها ضرورة. من المصنع إلى مائدتك تمر الأغذية بعدة مراحل قد تكون مصحوبة بالمخاطر كالتلوث والغش والنقل والتخزين السيء. كل ذلك قد يكلفنا صحتنا. 600 مليون شخص يتعرضون للتسمم الغذائي سنوياً. من المصنع إلى مائدتك تمر الأغذية بعدة مراحل قد تكون مصحوبة بالمخاطر كالتلوث التسوق لا يتوقف عند شراء المنتجات الغذائية من السوق فقط، فبعد مغادرتك للسوق عزيزي المستهلك تبدأ رحلة جديدة لا تقل أهمية في الحفاظ على سلامة الأغذية وحمايتها من التلوث أو التلف. فالتعامل مع الأطعمة بعد الشراء من خلال تخزينها بشكل صحيح وضمان نقلها بطريقة آمنة إلى المنزل والتحقق من جودتها بعد الوصول هو ما يحدد الفرق بين الحصول على منتجات آمنة وسليمة وبين تعرضنا لمخاطر صحية قد تنجم عن سوء التعامل مع هذه المنتجات. في هذه الرحلة سنستعرض معا مجموعة من الخطوات والإجراءات التي يجب أن نتبعها بعد التسوق لضمان وصول المنتجات الغذائية إلى منازلنا في أفضل حالة صحية وآمنة للاستهلاك. فاحرص عزيزي المستهلك على الإسراع بنقل الأغذية إلى المنزل مباشرة ولا تبقيها لأكثر من ساعتين في درجة الحرارة العادية لتجنب فسادها. تأكد من درجة حرارة التبريد بحيث لا تتجاوز 5 درجات مئوية في البراد ولا تقل عن 18 درجة مئوية في التجميد. رتب المنتجات الغذائية كلا حسب درجة الحفظ المناسبة الموضحة في بطاقة البيانات الإيضاحية للمنتج. تجنب ملء البراد بالمواد الغذائية للسماح بتيار الهواء البارد بالمرور وتبريد الأغذية. اغسل الخضروات والفواكه وجففها قبل تخزينها وراعي فصلها عن بعض. ضع اللحوم النيئة في أوعية أو أكياس بلاستيكية محكمة الإغلاق داخل الثلاجة، ولا تنسى أن تغسل يديك جيدا قبل التعامل مع الطعام، واهتم بنظافة الأسطح التي تلامس هذه المنتجات. غذاؤك أمانة، اختره بعناية. مع تحيات مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه. يعتبر البراد من أهم الأجهزة المنزلية التي تساهم بشكل كبير في حفظ سلامة الأغذية وجودتها. فمع تزايد حاجة الإنسان إلى الحفاظ على الطعام لفترات أطول دون أن يتعرض للتلف أو الفساد، أصبح البراد وسيلة أساسية لضمان تخزين الطعام في ظروف تساعد على إبقائه طازجا وصالحا للاستهلاك، إذ يعمل على تقليل درجة حرارة الطعام مما يبطئ من نمو البكتيريا والفطريات التي تسبب فساد الأغذية. استخدام البراد لحفظ الأغذية بشكل صحيح يعتبر من العوامل الأساسية في الحفاظ على سلامة الغذاء والحد من المخاطر الصحية المرتبطة بتناوله. وإليك عزيزي المستهلك بعض الإرشادات الواجب اتباعها أثناء حفظ الأطعمة في البراد للحفاظ على سلامة الأغذية والتقليل من التلوث والهدر الغذائي. تأكد من أن درجة حرارة التجميد أقل من 18 درجة سيليزية تحت الصفر لضمان تجميد المنتجات بشكل صحيح. حافظ على درجة حرارة التبريد تحت 5 درجات سيليزية في جميع أجزائها لضمان سلامة الطعام. قم بتنظيف الثلاجة بانتظام لتجنب تراكم الجراثيم والروائح. افصل اللحوم النيئة عن الأطعمة المطبوخة بوضعها في الرف السفلي داخل أوعية مغلقة. لا تضع الأطعمة الساخنة في الثلاجة قبل تبريدها. احرص على ترتيب الفواكه والخضروات في الرفوف الوسطى والأدراج مع مراعاة الفصل بينها لتجنب تسريع فساد بعضها. غطي الأطعمة للحفاظ على رطوبتها ومنع امتصاص الروائح من الأطعمة الأخرى. قلل من فتح باب البراد للحفاظ على برودة المنتجات. احرص على عدم ملء البراد بالكامل واترك مساحة لمرور الهواء البارد بشكل متساو. استخدم باب البراد لتخزين المنتجات التي تحتوي على مواد حافظة مثل الكاتشب والمايونيز والصوصات. بحرصك على اتباع هذه الإرشادات البسيطة يمكنك ضمان حفظ طعامك بشكل آمن وطازج لفترة أطول. غذاؤك أمانة، اختره بعناية. مع تحيات مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه.
يعد الاهتمام بتغذية الأبناء أحد الركائز الأساسية لضمان صحتهم ونموهم السليم، فالغذاء ليس مجرد وسيلة لإشباع الجوع، بل هو مفتاح لصحة الجسم والعقل. إن اتباع نظام غذائي متوازن يساعد في بناء جهاز مناعي قوي ويمنح الأطفال الطاقة اللازمة للنمو والتعلم، كما يساهم بشكل مباشر في تحسين التركيز والقدرة العقلية، مما ينعكس إيجابيا على تحصيلهم الدراسي وأدائهم في الأنشطة اليومية. لكن كيف يمكننا آباء وأمهات التأكد من اختيار الأطعمة المناسبة التي تضمن تغذية صحية ومتوازنة لأطفالنا؟ قراءة بطاقة البيانات الغذائية خطوة أساسية. غالبا ما يغفل الكثير من الآباء عن أهمية قراءة بطاقة البيانات الغذائية للمنتجات التي يستهلكها أطفالهم يوميا، على الرغم من أن المعلومات في هذه البطاقة تحدد جودة الغذاء وتأثيره على صحة الطفل. ومن بين الأمور التي يجب الانتباه لها عند قراءة بطاقة البيانات الغذائية: أولا، المكونات الغذائية. تأكد من أن المنتج يحتوي على مكونات طبيعية وخال من المواد الحافظة أو المحليات الصناعية التي قد تؤثر على صحة الطفل على المدى الطويل أو بناء على حالته الصحية. ثانياً، الكلمات والعبارات على المنتج مثل العصير، النكتار والشراب. فالعصير الطبيعي 100% هو الخيار الأمثل، حيث يحتوي على الفيتامينات والمعادن الطبيعية دون إضافات. عصير النكتار يحتوي على نسبة من العصير الطبيعي ولكن مع إضافة السكر والماء، مما يقلل من قيمته الغذائية. الشراب غالبا ما يكون مجرد ماء محلى ومنكه بمواد صناعية، وهو أقل الخيارات فائدة صحية. ثالثا، التحذيرات الغذائية. بعض المنتجات تحتوي على تنبيهات مهمة، مثل يحتوي على مكسرات أو قد يسبب الحساسية، وهي تحذيرات ضرورية يجب مراعاتها لحماية صحة الطفل، خصوصا إذا كان يعاني من حساسية اتجاه مكونات معينة. كيف نغرس العادات الغذائية الصحية في أطفالنا؟ إن تقديم الغذاء الصحي للأطفال لا يقتصر فقط على اختيار المنتجات الجيدة، بل يجب أن يكون أسلوب حياة يغرس فيهم منذ الصغر. ومن بعض الطرق العملية لتحقيق ذلك إشراك الأطفال في اختيار الطعام. عند التسوق، اجعل طفلك جزءا من عملية الاختيار، علمه كيف يقرأ بطاقة البيانات الغذائية ويفهم الفرق بين المنتجات الصحية وغير الصحية. تحضير الطعام في المنزل. الوجبات المنزلية أكثر أمانا وصحة من الأطعمة الجاهزة، لذا احرص على تحضير وجبات غنية بالعناصر الغذائية الأساسية مثل البروتينات، الألياف والفيتامينات. التقليل من السكر المضاف. تشير الدراسات إلى أن الاستهلاك المفرط للسكر يرتبط بزيادة مخاطر السمنة وارتفاع نسبة السكر في الدم وتسوس الأسنان. لذا استبدل الحلويات المصنعة بالفاكهة الطازجة والعصائر الطبيعية غير المحلاة. توفير بدائل صحية يجب أن يكون دائما حاضرا في منزلك. أبناؤنا أمانة وصحتهم مسؤوليتنا. حتى وإن كانت جميع المنتجات في الأسواق مطابقة للمواصفات القياسية، فإن مسؤوليتنا كآباء لا تقتصر على اختيار المنتجات المسموح بها، بل علينا أن نبحث عن الأفضل من الناحية الغذائية لضمان صحة أطفالنا ومستقبلهم. علم طفلك كيف يختار طعامه بوعي، وكيف يفرق بين المنتجات ذات القيمة الغذائية العالية والأخرى التي قد تضر بصحته. فالتربية الغذائية لا تقل أهمية عن أي جانب آخر من جوانب التربية، وهي استثمار حقيقي في مستقبل أبنائنا. أبناؤنا أمانة، وتوجيههم لاختيار الغذاء الصحي هو مسؤوليتنا الكبرى، فلنحرص دائما على تقديم الأفضل لهم. غذاؤك أمانة، اختره بعناية. مع تحيات مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه. يعد اختيار الأواني المناسبة للطهي جزءاً أساسياً لضمان سلامة الغذاء وجودته، من خلال الاهتمام بنوعية المواد المستخدمة والصيانة الدورية واتباع الإرشادات الصحيحة. يمكنك تقليل المخاطر الصحية والاستمتاع بطعام آمن وصحي. احرص دائما على استخدام الأدوات المناسبة لكل نوع من الطعام، فذلك يسهم في تحسين تجربة الطهي وتعزيز الصحة العامة لك ولعائلتك. فعند الطهي لا تقتصر العناية على المكونات فقط، بل يجب أيضا اختيار الأواني المناسبة، حيث تؤثر المواد التي تتلامس مع الطعام بشكل مباشر على جودته وسلامته. وفيما يلي دليل شامل لاختيار الأواني الآمنة. عزيزي المستهلك، عند اختيار أواني الطبخ تأكد من أنها مصنوعة من مواد آمنة مثل ستانلس ستيل أو الفخار، وتجنب الأواني المصنوعة من الألمنيوم الرقيق، لأنه قد يتفاعل مع الأطعمة الحمضية مثل الطماطم والليمون، ما يؤثر على مذاق الطعام ويزيد من مخاطر التلوث. تعتبر الأواني ذات الطلاء غير اللاصق خياراً جيداً للطبخ الصحي، لكن يجب التأكد من أنها خالية من المواد الضارة مثل PTFE و PFOA، حيث قد تتحلل عند درجات حرارة عالية، مع تجنب استخدام الأدوات المعدنية مع هذه الأواني لتقليل الخدوش والتآكل. إذا تعرضت الأواني للخدوش أو التآكل فمن الأفضل استبدالها، حيث قد تتسرب المواد الكيميائية الضارة إلى الطعام. الأواني ذات الطلاء غير اللاصق المخدوشة يمكن أن تفقد خصائصها وتسبب مخاطر صحية. استخدام مواد تنظيف غير كاشطة للحفاظ على جودة الأواني. تجنب استخدام الفرش المعدنية والمواد الكيميائية القوية، لأنها قد تتلف السطح وتسبب تفاعل المواد مع الطعام.
لا تقم بتكديس الأواني بشكل غير مناسب لتجنب تلف الطلاء أو تشقق المواد. تأكد من ترتيب الأواني بشكل يسهل الوصول إليها، مما يساعد في اختيار الأداة المناسبة لكل نوع من الطعام. اختيار الأواني ومواد التعبئة والتغليف المناسبة ليس مجرد تفاصيل صغيرة، بل هو أمر أساسي للحفاظ على صحة غذائنا وجودته. غذاؤك أمانة، اختره بعناية. مع تحيات مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه. الغذاء هو أساس حياتنا وصحتنا، لكن في بعض الأحيان يمكن أن يتحول إلى مصدر خطر إذا لم يتم التعامل معه بشكل سليم. التسمم الغذائي هو حالة مرضية تنشأ عندما نستهلك طعاما ملوثا بالبكتيريا أو الفيروسات أو حتى المواد الكيميائية الضارة. إنه أمر قد يبدو بعيدا عن ذهننا عندما نتمتع بطعامنا، لكنه قد يشكل تهديدا حقيقيا إذا لم نكن حذرين. فكيف نقي أنفسنا من هذا الخطر؟ وكيف نتأكد من أن طعامنا آمن؟ يمكن تقسيم التسمم الغذائي إلى 3 أنواع رئيسة، وهي: أولا، التسمم الميكروبي، والذي يحدث بسبب نمو بكتيريا ضارة مثل السالمونيلا التي تنمو بسرعة في بيئات غير صحية. ثانيا، التسمم الكيميائي، والذي يحدث نتيجة وجود مواد ضارة مثل المبيدات الحشرية أو المعادن الثقيلة في الطعام، والتي قد تهدد صحتنا بشكل خطير إذا ما تم تناولها. ثالثا، التسمم الفيزيائي، وهذا النوع يحدث عندما تحتوي الأطعمة على أجسام غريبة مثل الزجاج أو قطع البلاستيك، وهي عوامل قد تسبب أضرارا فورية لجهازنا الهضمي. أعراض الإصابة بالتسمم الغذائي تختلف، لكنها تشمل غالبا الغثيان، القيء، الإسهال، آلام المعدة، وفي بعض الحالات قد تتطور إلى ارتفاع في درجة الحرارة والجفاف. وأنت عزيزي المستهلك، حتى تتجنب التسممات الغذائية عليك بالآتي: عند شراء الأطعمة الجاهزة تأكد من شرائها من أماكن موثوقة ومصرح بها لضمان جودتها وسلامتها. عدم ترك الطعام مكشوفا في درجات حرارة غير مناسبة، فذلك قد يوفر بيئة مثالية لنمو البكتيريا الضارة. إذا لاحظت رائحة غير طبيعية أو طعما غريبا أو تغيرا في اللون أو الملمس، فمن الأفضل تجنب تناول الطعام، لأن هذه علامات على فساده. اغسل الفواكه والخضروات جيدا، فهذا يساعد في التخلص من البكتيريا والمبيدات المتبقية. احفظ الطعام في درجات حرارة مناسبة لمنع نمو الميكروبات وللمحافظة على جودته. تحقق من تواريخ الصلاحية لتجنب استهلاك أطعمة قد تكون غير آمنة. حافظ على نظافة أدوات الطهي والأسطح المستخدمة للتقليل من احتمالية تلوث الطعام. في حالة ظهور أعراض التسمم الغذائي، من المهم شرب الكثير من الماء والراحة وطلب المساعدة الطبية عند الحاجة. التسمم الغذائي يمكن الوقاية منه بسهولة باتباع ممارسات صحية سليمة. فاتباع الممارسات الصحية السليمة عند التعامل مع الغذاء يضمن حماية صحتك وصحة من حولك. فكن مسؤولا عن طعامك. غذاؤك أمانة، اختره بعناية. مع تحيات مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه. سلامة الطعام هي أمر أساسي للحفاظ على صحتنا وصحة عائلاتنا. تبدأ عملية تحضير الطعام الآمن من المطبخ عبر اتباع مجموعة من الممارسات الصحية التي تساعدنا في الوقاية من التسمم الغذائي والأمراض المنقولة عن طريق الطعام، من خلال الاهتمام بالنظافة الشخصية وتنظيف الأسطح والأدوات واختيار الأطعمة المناسبة للطهي والتخزين. يمكننا ضمان تناول طعام آمن وصحي. هناك مجموعة من النصائح والإرشادات التي يجب اتباعها أثناء تحضير الطعام لضمان سلامته. من أهمها: قبل بدء تحضير الطعام للطبخ، أولاً اغسل يديك بالماء والصابون لمدة 20 ثانية قبل البدء في تحضير الطعام وبعد التعامل مع اللحوم النيئة أو البيض أو أي مواد قد تكون ملوثة. ثانياً، تأكد من تنظيف أسطح المطبخ وأدوات التحضير قبل استخدامها. استخدم مناديل مبللة أو معقمات للمطابخ لضمان عدم وجود بكتيريا أو تلوث. ثالثاً، استخدم ألواح تقطيع مختلفة للحوم النيئة والخضروات والطعام الجاهز للأكل لتجنب التلوث المتبادل. رابعاً، استخدم سكينا نظيفا لكل نوع من الأطعمة. إذا كنت ستنتقل من تقطيع اللحوم إلى الخضروات، اغسل السكين جيدا بالماء الساخن والصابون. وأثناء التحضير والطهي، تجنب استخدام الأواني المتضررة أو المخدوشة لأنها قد تسرب مواد ضارة إلى الطعام. وتأكد من الطهي الجيد للأطعمة مثل اللحوم الحمراء والدواجن والبيض وغيرها. وبعد الطهي وتخزين الأغذية، لا تترك الطعام المطبوخ في درجة حرارة الغرفة لأكثر من 2 ساعات، وقم بتخزين الطعام في التبريد أو التجميد في أسرع وقت ممكن مع ترك الطعام الساخن حتى يبرد قليلا. وضع الأطعمة النيئة في أسفل المبرد والأطعمة الجاهزة للأكل في الأعلى لتجنب انتقال البكتيريا، مع أهمية تخزينه في عبوات محكمة الإغلاق. كما يجب عليك غسل مناشف المطبخ وأقمشة التنظيف بشكل متكرر لتجنب تراكم الجراثيم. تغيير إسفنجة المطبخ بانتظام لأن الإسفنجة بيئة مثالية لنمو البكتيريا. وإذا شككت في صلاحية الطعام، تخلص منه فوراً، فالتسمم الغذائي لا يرى بالعين المجردة ولكنه قد يكون خطراً حقيقياً. وبعد تناولك للطعام، لا تعد تسخين الطعام أكثر من مرة واحدة، فبعد تخزين بقايا الطعام استخدمها في وقت لاحق في أسرع وقت ممكن. باتباع هذه الخطوات ستكون قد ضمنت تحضير طعام آمن وصحي لعائلتك. غذاؤك أمانة، اختره بعناية. مع تحيات مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه. كل منتج يحتوي على سعرات حرارية، وكل سعرة تساهم في طاقتك اليومية. لكن هل فكرت يوما في مقدار ما يحتاجه جسمك من سعرات؟ الاختيار العشوائي دون حساب السعرات قد يؤدي إلى استهلاك أكثر مما تحتاج، مما يسبب زيادة الوزن، أو أقل مما تحتاج، مما يؤدي إلى فقدان الطاقة والشعور بالخمول. عند اختيار منتج غذائي، لا تركز فقط على الطعم أو الشكل، بل تحقق من السعرات في الملصق الغذائي، واحرص على معرفة حجم الحصة التي تعتمد عليها هذه السعرات. الاختيار الواعي يبدأ بقراءة المكونات والمقارنة بين المنتجات. أحياناً فرق بسيط في السعرات يمكن أن يحدث فرقاً كبيراً في صحتك. كل شخص يحتاج إلى كمية مختلفة من السعرات وفقاً لنمط حياته، فلا تأخذ السعرات التي تناسب غيرك. اعرف احتياجاتك أولاً. احذر من العبارات التسويقية مثل خال من الدهون أو طبيعي 100%، فقد تخفي كميات كبيرة من السكر أو السعرات الحرارية التي لا تحتاجها. اختيارك الواعي يعتمد على قراءة الملصق الغذائي ومقارنة السعرات واختيار ما يناسب احتياجاتك دون استهلاك زائد. السعرات ليست عدوك، لكنها تحتاج إلى توازن. اختر بحكمة واستمتع بوجبتك دون إفراط أو تفريط. السعرة تفرق لأنها تؤثر على صحتك، طاقتك ونشاطك اليومي. اختر بحكمة وكن واعيا بما يدخل إلى جسمك. غذاؤك أمانة، اختره بعناية. مع تحيات مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه. كلما مرض أحدنا بسبب الطعام تتجه أصابع الاتهام إلى الطعام نفسه، لكن هل فعلا المنتج الغذائي هو المتهم الوحيد أم أن هناك متهما آخر لا نراه؟ نحن لا نتحدث فقط عن ماذا نأكل، بل كيف نأكل، متى نأكل، وكم نأكل، وكيف هو نمط حياتنا. والأهم من ذلك، يجب أن نفرق بين الغذاء الآمن والغذاء الصحي. الغذاء الآمن لا يسبب تسمما أو أذى مباشرا، لكنه ليس بالضرورة مفيدا على المدى الطويل، وليس كل ما هو آمن هو صحي. المشروب الغازي قد يكون آمنا من الناحية التصنيعية، لكنه ربما لن يفيد الجسم بشيء. المقرمشات قد تكون مطابقة للمواصفات، لكنها تفتقر للكثير من القيم الغذائية الحقيقية، وهنا تأتي السعرات الحرارية. ليست كل سعرة مثل الأخرى، فالإفراط في السعرات حتى من أطعمة آمنة يرهق الجسم ويزيد الوزن ويؤثر على الصحة. التوازن هو الحل، لا إفراط ولا تفريط. وعي بالسعرات واختيار ذكي بين الآمن والصحي. عزيزي ولي الأمر، نمط استهلاك الأطفال مسؤوليتنا. نحن من نقرر ماذا نضع في حقائبهم، نحن من نختار ماذا نشتري للمنزل، ونحن من نعلمهم كيف يحبون الأكل الحقيقي. الغذاء نعمة، فلا نجعله سببا لألمنا، والطفولة أساس صحة الغد. علم طفلك أن يأكل ليعيش، لا أن يعيش ليأكل. غذاؤك أمانة، اختره بعناية. مع تحيات مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه. مع اقتراب عيد الفطر يبدأ الناس في شراء الأغنام والمواشي للاحتفال بتلك العادات والتقاليد العمانية العريقة التي تضفي على العيد نكهة خاصة. لكن هذا الحدث لا يقتصر على الشراء فقط، بل يشمل العديد من الخطوات المهمة، والتي تبدأ من اختيار المواشي السليمة وصولا إلى عملية الحفظ لضمان جودة اللحم وسلامته. عزيزي المستهلك، عند شراء الأغنام والمواشي يجب أن تكون حذرا جدا في اختيار الحيوانات المناسبة. المواشي الجيدة هي التي تظهر نشاطا ملحوظا وبعينين لامعتين وخالية من أي علامات مرضية أو خمول، كما يجب أن تكون متوازنة في الوزن بين اللحم والدهون. كما يفضل شراء المواشي من الأسواق والمسالخ أو المزارع المعتمدة والمرخصة من قبل الجهات المختصة، حيث إن هذه المواشي تخضع لفحوصات بيطرية تضمن لك سلامتها. بعد اختيار الأضحية المناسبة تأتي الخطوة التالية، وهي الذبح في المسالخ المعتمدة. عملية الذبح هنا ليست مجرد تقليد، بل عملية تهدف لضمان صحة الإنسان وسلامة اللحوم. في المسالخ يخضع الحيوان لفحص بيطري قبل الذبح للتأكد من خلوه من الأمراض المعدية والطفيليات، مما يقلل من خطر انتقال الأمراض إلى الإنسان. ويتم استخدام أدوات معقمة وأماكن مخصصة وفقا للمعايير الصحية العالمية لضمان عدم تلوث اللحم بالبكتيريا أو الجراثيم. كما يتم التخلص من المخلفات بشكل آمن للحفاظ على البيئة. بعدها تأتي المرحلة الأهم، مرحلة حفظ اللحوم، وهي خطوة مهمة للحفاظ على طازجة اللحوم وجودتها. يجب أن يبرد اللحم بسرعة في بيئة باردة لمنع نمو البكتيريا، ثم تقسيم اللحم إلى قطع مناسبة حسب الاستخدام، سواء للطهي الفوري أو التخزين لفترات أطول. وإذا كان اللحم سيستهلك قريبا، يمكن تخزينه في البراد على درجة حرارة منخفضة. ولكن إذا كنت ترغب في الحفاظ على اللحم لفترة أطول، فالتجميد هو الحل الأمثل. يجب أن يتم التجميد فورا وبطريقة صحيحة، مع تجنب إعادة التجميد بعد ذوبانه لضمان الجودة. باتباع هذه الخطوات تعكس حرصك على سلامتك وسلامة عائلتك والاستمتاع بالعيد السعيد. غذاؤك أمانة، اختره بعناية. مع تحيات مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه. العيد ليس مجرد احتفال، بل هو لحظات دافئة تجمعنا حول الموائد الشهية، حيث تمتزج روائح الأطعمة المختلفة خصوصا الشواء مع الأحاديث العائلية والفرح. لكن هل تعلم أن بعض العادات الخاطئة أثناء عملية الشواء قد تحول هذه اللحظات الجميلة إلى مخاطر صحية خفية؟ ولكي تستمتع بكل لقمة دون قلق عزيزي المستهلك، إليك النصائح الآتية. أولاً، احذر من ورق الألمنيوم في الحرارة العالية. يستخدم الكثيرون ورق الألمنيوم لتغليف اللحوم وشويها، والذي يحمل بدوره أخطاراً عالية. عند تعرضه للحرارة العالية، خاصة مع التوابل والخل والليمون، قد يتفاعل الألمنيوم مع الطعام، مما يؤدي إلى انتقاله إلى جسمك. وتشير بعض الدراسات إلى أن تراكم الألمنيوم في الجسم قد يرتبط بمشكلات صحية. والحل: استخدم بدائل أكثر أماناً. أوراق النباتات الطبيعية مثل ورق الموز أو العنب، فهي تضيف نكهة مميزة وتمنع التفاعل الضار. أكياس الطهي المقاومة للحرارة، التي تحافظ على العصارة والنكهة دون أي تأثير سلبي. الأواني المصنوعة من الزجاج أو السيراميك، فهي مثالية للطهي دون قلق من تسرب المواد الضارة. ثانياً، شواء صحي. منظر اللحم وهو يشوى على الفحم قد يكون شهياً، لكن ماذا عن المخاطر التي لا تراها؟ عندما تحترق اللحوم تتكون مركبات مثل الأمينات الحلقية غير المتجانسة والهيدروكربونات العطرية متعددة الحلقات PAHS و HCAS، وهي مواد قد ترتبط بمشاكل صحية على المدى الطويل. كلما زاد احتراق اللحم زادت المخاطر. ولكن كيف تجعل شواءك أكثر أماناً؟ ارفع الشبكة قليلاً عن الفحم لتجنب اللهب المباشر. تتبيل اللحوم بمضادات الأكسدة مثل الثوم وإكليل الجبل، والتي تقلل من تكون المركبات الضارة. تقليب اللحوم بانتظام لطهيها بالتساوي دون احتراق الأطراف. ثالثاً، الدخان المتصاعد. عندما تسقط الدهون على الفحم يتصاعد دخان محمل بمواد قد تكون خطرة، خاصة إذا كان الفحم المستخدم يحتوي على مواد كيميائية. هذا الدخان يمكن أن يترسب على اللحم ويصل إلى جسمك دون أن تشعر. كيف تقلل من هذه المخاطر؟ استخدم فحماً طبيعياً خالياً من الإضافات الكيميائية. لا تترك اللهب يشتعل بقوة، لأن الدخان الناتج قد يكون محملا بمواد مضرة. ضع مسافة مناسبة بين الفحم المشتعل واللحم لتفادي الدخان المتصاعد. الطهي الآمن هو سر الاستمتاع الحقيقي. بخطوات بسيطة يمكنك الاستمتاع بأشهى أطباق العيد دون قلق. اختر طرق الطهي الصحية، وراقب درجة الحرارة، وابتعد عن العادات التي قد تضر بصحتك وصحة عائلتك. عيد سعيد وصحة دائمة للجميع. غذاؤك أمانة، اختره بعناية. مع تحيات مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه.
تأسست المراعي عام 1977 وتعتبر أكبر شركة ألبان متكاملة رأسيا بالعالم. في عام 1996 قامت الشركة باستبدال 7 مصانع صغيرة بمصنع عملاق، تلاه إنشاء عدة مصانع إضافية عملاقة في السنوات اللاحقة. وفي نفس العام أصبحت أول شركة في الشرق الأوسط تحوز شهادة آيزو 9001. وفي عام 2005 أصبحت المراعي شركة مساهمة، وبدأت بتوسيع نشاطاتها بدءا من الاستحواذ على شركة المخابز الغربية عام 2007 داعمة علامتها الشهيرة لوزين، وكذلك هادكو للدواجن عام 2009 وإطلاق علامتها التجارية اليوم.
سلامة وجودة منتجاتنا هي أولويتنا. لنضمن لكم أعلى معايير سلامة الغذاء، يلتزم موظفينا بأفضل الممارسات المهنية وباستخدام أحدث المعدات الحديثة لضمان سلامة كل منتج. فريقنا من الخبراء يضمن جودة منتجاتنا في كل خطوة، لأنكم جزء منا وسلامتكم هي أولويتنا.
Welcome to the world of Arij vegetable oils and derivatives, the pioneers in the cooking oil segment in the Sultanate of Oman and the region. Embracing the latest in automation, AVOD has substantially increased output at its state-of-the-art manufacturing facility. Molding, bottle making, bottle filling, packing, loading and unloading, and warehousing is achieved through seamless automation. Adhering to strict international standards, bottles are made, filled and packed through high-speed processing lines efficiently, infusing balance into every aspect of the product range. To maintain high quality that dominates the national market and creating a strong presence across international markets. For a seamless process that's modern, efficient and cost-effective from start to finish. Welcome to the future. Innovation through automation.
Where the dream begins with a vision, we set out on a journey towards an innovation and perfect future. In 1977, Oman Flour Mills was born, carrying a vision of leadership in food manufacturing with a production capacity of 150 tons per day. Over time, the company expanded to a capacity of 800 tons daily. In 1983, we launched the animal feed mill with a capacity of 300 tons, which has grown to 1,500 tons daily today. Additionally, we enhanced our capabilities with a third mill and a state-of-the-art premix plant to meet the rising demand for poultry and livestock feed. Today, Oman Flour Mills proudly stands as a symbol of leadership and excellence. With 15 entities and 12 brands, we embody quality, innovation, and a success story built on determination to deliver the best. Oman Flour Mills has demonstrated its commitment to social responsibility by allocating 150,000 Omani Rial to support the environment, education, and health. Initiatives include establishing parks, upgrading schools, assisting 80,000 families in developing community. We confirms that giving is the core of its mission, and building a better future begins with caring for those around us. At Oman Flour Mills, we don't just make products. We create opportunities, provide an inspiring work environment and development programs to nurture Omani talent, and build a brighter future with local leadership.
سنوياً. 30% من مسببات الأمراض تأتي من الغذاء غير الآمن. سلامة الغذاء ليست رفاهية، إنها ضرورة. معرفة بسيطة قد تحدث فرقاً كبيراً. اتخذ خطوتنا اليوم نحو غذاء أكثر أماناً. اقرأ بطاقة بيانات المنتج الغذائي جيداً. احفظ الطعام في درجات الحرارة المناسبة. تأكد من نظافة أماكن وأدوات إعداد الطعام. غذاؤك أمانة، اختره بعناية.
مع تحيات مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه.
من الحقل إلى المائدة يمر غذاؤنا بعدة مراحل، كالحصاد والتنظيف والتعبئة والتغليف والتوزيع والبيع بالتجزئة وصولاً إلى المستهلك. لكن ما الذي ينبغي للمستهلك التركيز عليه؟ أن تبقى هذه الأغذية النباتية طازجة وخالية من الكائنات الحية الدقيقة ومسببات الأمراض كالبكتيريا والفطريات والطفيليات والفيروسات. وما الذي علي أن أفعله لأتأكد من ذلك؟ تأكد من تخزين الفواكه والخضروات في بيئة ودرجات حرارة مناسبة، والتأكد من إبعاد أطعمتك عن مختلف الملوثات. اغسل الفواكه والخضروات جيدا قبل الاستخدام، واحرص على غسل أدوات التقطيع والطهي جيدا، ولا تنسى غسل يديك جيدا بشكل دائم. غذاؤك أمانة، اختره بعناية.
مع تحيات مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه. من المحيطات والبحار الشاسعة إلى مائدتك. أنت أيها الصياد يتوجب عليك المحافظة على سلسلة التبريد والتي تبدأ عادة منك، وإلى الممارسات والتعامل الجيد من وقت الصيد وصولا إلى مناطق الإنزال. وأنت عزيزي المستهلك يتوجب عليك معرفة أساسيات اختيار الأسماك الطازجة وذات الجودة العالية، وشراء الأسماك من مصادر موثوقة، وتجنب الشراء من الباعة المتجولين غير المرخصين. وننصح بعدم شراء الأسماك الكاملة من الأسواق وتخزينها في ثلاجة المنزل، وأن يتم شراؤها مقطعة وجاهزة لضمان سلامة وجودة الأسماك أثناء التخزين. وننصح كذلك بتقسيم حصص الطبخ بحيث لا يتم تجميد الأسماك مرة أخرى بعد ذوبانها، والتأكد من الطبخ الجيد لتجنب التسمم الغذائي المرتبط بالأسماك.
غذاؤك أمانة، اختره بعناية.
مع تحيات مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه.
من الحقل إلى مائدتك يمر المنتج ذو الأصل الحيواني كالمواشي والإبل والدواجن وغيرها برحلة تحدد طبيعة ما سيكون عليه عند الاستهلاك. هل هو قابل للاستهلاك البشري الآمن أو غير ذلك؟ حيث تبدأ الرحلة من المصدر الذي قد يكون مزرعة أو حظيرة، ولكل موقع مواصفاته الفنية المعتمدة من جهات الاختصاص التي ينبغي على المنتجين الالتزام التام بها، كالموقع والمساحة والمخطط والمواد المستخدمة للبناء ونوعية الأعلاف والأغذية للحيوانات وطرق تنظيف وتعقيم الحظائر. وفي حال الإخلال بها قد يؤدي ذلك إلى عواقب لا تحمد تؤثر مباشرة على سلامة وجودة الغذاء عند الاستهلاك. بعد هذه الرحلة وبالوصول عند مرحلة الذبح، تأكد من اختيار المسالخ المعتمدة، حيث تتم الفحوص البيطرية وتطبق معايير النظافة، مما يضمن لحوما آمنة وصحية. وهل هناك أمور لا بد من الانتباه إليها عند مرور المنتج لمنافذ البيع؟ طبعاً، فمن الضروري أولاً حفظ المنتجات مبردة في أماكن مخصصة لحفظ اللحوم بدرجة الحرارة المناسبة وتكون نظيفة ومعقمة جيداً. ثانياً، عدم خلط اللحوم مع المنتجات الأخرى كالأسماك والدواجن تجنباً لحدوث التلوث التبادلي. أما أنت أيها المستهلك، يتوجب عليك اختيار اللحوم ذات الجودة العالية وشرائها من مصادر موثوقة وتجنب الشراء من الباعة المتجولين غير المرخصين. تأكد من قراءة بطاقة بيانات المنتج جيداً وركز على تواريخ الإنتاج